feel like that would require like some synthetic like skin to be able to expand and contract.
I think it would just be, there's like a possibility of it just being like a needle that you just put in your breast tissue, but with like lidocaine or some kind of topical numbing, you could do that and not necessarily have it hurt. Like lidocaine has cocaine in it, or cocaine. Lidocaine is derived from cocaine, and it's like a numbing agent.
Word.
All right. Almost done. This is my life where I just have to go around to all these fucking devices and restart them. Have you been on?
I can't think of. Wait, do you have to do them at the same time every day?
Well, it's most convenient to.
What happened now?
What happens if I don't? Well then, I have to do them like individually, and then I have to keep track of like time a lot more that way, because I have to be like, oh, this one's gonna end in 20 minutes. This one's gonna end in 6 hours. This one's gonna end in 4 hours. Basically, the way it works is, if you want your video to be shown on YouTube, it has to be less than 12 hours. If it's more than 12 hours, it still saves, but only 12 hours of it is available to the public. So sometimes I don't want to say oversleep, but like I'll sleep longer than I want or whatever, and I'll have a device that's going way long. And it's not like that big of a deal because I have so many different devices that I've got backups and backups of my backups. But if you just had one device, it would be imperative to always make sure to hit that 12-hour mark. And then, like when I'm restarting a stream, the camera's not working while it's restarting. That's why I have backups of the backups, like, so that they overlap each other. All right. Back to William Montgomery. Do you think William Montgomery will ever let his girlfriend be on camera a lot? Erica?
I don't think he is stopping her from coming on camera. I'm pretty sure
she doesn't want to be
on camera.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
And it's also, he has a producer on his podcast, Grant. He's constantly talking to behind the camera.
Who never's on the camera.
And yeah, never see his face, but he's constantly like in the conversation.
Right. I think Grant.
I think he may have been doxxed on Instagram. I'm not sure.
Grant, I think, owns the studio. I could be wrong there. Like, I've heard him talk on the podcast. Like, one time, William was talking to Grant, and Grant was like, what was that? And William was like, weren't you listening to me? And he was like, no, I was talking with another customer. And then he just stopped talking. And then William Montgomery's like, oh, you were talking to another customer? Okay, I understand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if he owns like the
especially if he's like the editor person too.
Right. All right. Yeah. So we have William Montgomery, who he and Casey Rocket are really on the show on camera. We have Grant, Erica, who only got shown for like a second. Um, did you know? I've told you this before, but okay. So Erica would go to the comedy store with her ex-boyfriend, and her ex-boyfriend was a stand-up comedian along with William Montgomery. And when Erica saw William Montgomery, she was like all over him basically, and broke up with her other boyfriend. And then the other boyfriend went up one time on Kill Tony and was like, "Yeah, I think William Montgomery stole my girlfriend." And Tony's like, "Why do you think that? Like, what a weird thing to think. What makes you think that?" And he goes, "Well, he did stand up like a couple weeks ago, and he started talking about doing LSD with some girl at her grandparents' house in Balboa Park or Lake Balboa, which is it's in the valley. It's like a neighborhood in the valley." And he was like, and that was just way too specific for like who else has grandparents that live in Balboa Park, or not Balboa Park. Balboa Park is in Orange County, but Lake Balboa, which is in LA County, and so then I think he confronted her on it, and she was like, "Yeah," and so I think she was like cheating on him with William Montgomery, or to get with William Montgomery or whatever, which is not cool. But all right, speaking of that, so you know who Brendan Schaub is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brendan Schaub has a big fucking mouth, and he can sometimes be really stupid. He's like, it's just like a typical like dumb jockey guy. And this one time he was on his show, and he said they had somebody who did like a call-in show or something, who called into their show, and they were like, it was something like, they had some guy on, and he was like saying that he was going to shave his head because he's going bald or something. And they were like, "Yeah, man, that's a good look." And then Brendan Schaub was like, "Yeah, man, I know a bunch of guys who slang a ton of dick who are bald, like Dana White, Rogan, and this got out." And you can imagine, like, Joe Rogan's a married man. He doesn't want his like a guy slinging dick. And there were like rumors that Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife because of this guy.
I mean, do you think what he said is wrong? Like, was he doing it like you? Like, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style, or?
So that's an interesting point.
Spread
rumors. The way that I heard it just meant that Joe Rogan's got a beautiful wife, and he's just killing it. Like, he's just all around doing really well in life. I didn't necessarily interpret it as he's cheating on his wife, but a lot of people did interpret it as that. And I just did not
Have
necessarily.
you seen Joe Rogan's wife?
Yeah,
She's pretty attractive. I don't think he needs to cheat on her.
right.
She's like some blonde girl.
Yeah, they met. She was a server at some bar, and Joe Rogan had a rule. It was called the no headshot rule. And what that meant is he didn't want to date anybody who had headshots because what ends up happening when you date a girl with headshots, chances are she's an actor, and he didn't want to date an actor. So that was his thing. And his wife she had a child from a previous marriage, a previous relationship, and Joe Rogan adopted that girl and then had two children of his own, which I think is a pretty cool move on Joe Rogan's part.
So he fell in love with a mill.
Yeah, word dog.
Nice.
And like they say that she was a model because they don't really know what else to say about her.
Well, she's doing all right now, I guess.
Dude, she hit the jackpot.
One of like the wealthiest people in America. Or like up there.
Yeah, she is.
Actually, no.
Well, she's up
Joe
there.
Rogan's pretty poor. He's not even like a billionaire.
He's gonna be by the end of this. Just through his Spotify deals. His first one was $250 million. His next one was $250 million. You just got to do
Does
it
he
like
still upload to YouTube or no?
yeah. So he gets all of that money, and he has all his endorsements. He does the UFC, and I think that he has a really big opportunity in the future to be like, he's like well invested with all these tech billionaires and stuff. So I'm sure he can make money that way too. And um,
You think he holds Bitcoin?
yep. Oh,
Wait, he's not like a total Bitcoin schizo.
No.
is he?
no. Actually, I don't think he does. He has said if he doesn't, well, I think he probably holds it just from the early days. But he has said that if he doesn't understand it, he doesn't want it. Which I get that.
I'm sure he must regret that decision.
I mean, I'm sure he's still doing okay.
I guess. Why do you think he doesn't understand Bitcoin?
Well, at least he said, I don't want to endorse anything if I don't understand it, and that's why I don't understand any kind of cryptocurrency stuff.
He just doesn't endorse it, but he might still own it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
exactly.
I got some steak yesterday.
How was that?
I haven't eaten it yet. I'm gonna eat it today, but for three steaks, it used to be like $40, like not long ago, like 2 years ago. And I looked yesterday, and they were like $90 for like three steaks.
Yeesh. How was it?
Haven't eaten them yet, but I'm gonna eat them tonight.
Let's call it.
But I haven't had steak in like so long. Because it costs a fortune.
Word dog.
But the ones I got were like two steaks for like $24, so it wasn't crazy.
So Brendan Schaub, I know you don't care about him, but I've become like obsessed with him. Why did I become obsessed with him? This is a good question. Oh, because his subreddit is so ridiculous. Like everybody just shits on him. And that's how I became like a monster fan. And he had this thing that happened. So he used to be a comedian. He has the lowest ranked comedy special in the history of Netflix, and he said he stopped doing stand up because he wanted to dedicate time to his children and stuff. But like, it turned out he's a really shitty comedian. So like, what's the point? Anyway, he he um he got caught cheating on his wife, and he got caught cheating on his wife, and that meant that like she didn't want him going to all kinds of parties and stuff. Um, in that whole scene, so to speak. Anyway, with that being said, I have to use the restroom and then we'll play. Is that okay? I appreciate your patience.
No worries.
Excellent.
I'll tell you something first thing when you get back.
That sounds like a plan. I'll be 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Oh, you're taking a shit.
Well, I got some other stuff I've got to do. I got to get some laundry out of the dryer. So, no, I'm just taking a pee.
Okay.
All right. You said you had something interesting to tell me?
Yeah. I kind of have to show it, but yeah. I found these mini apples. I guess they're at the park. There's like an apple tree. I found these mini apples, and one of the mini apples, they're like the size of like a little bit larger than a golf ball. It looked like a butthole. Like it had like the butt crack and like the butthole, and it was in the mini apple was a green apple, and just thought that was a very rare occurrence.
So are they like crab apples?
Um, I don't know what species of apple it is.
All right. You want to play carom? Or what do you want to play? Is there anything you
I've
want?
been waiting for the carom invite.
I know you have. Okay, what do you want? What kind?
210.
Okay, I played against somebody um in like a competitive game. They're good, but they're not like perfect every time good. I mean, I'm sure some people are, but when you play them like that, they play 210. All right, Razor.
That's three.
That is three.
Sweep the floor. Newfoundland.
Newfie is right. That's really cool that you talked to Jimmy Clark.
It was a once in a lifetime moment. The show was very funny. Oh yeah, the other thing about comedy is that it's a lot funnier in person.
Right.
Even though on the internet you think it's funny, but if you only watch it on the internet, like it's actually nothing like being there in person. And I've also seen Jim Jeffries live one time, and that was amazing.
Fuck.
I laughed my ass off watching Jim Jeffries with my buddies. I was in the sketchy town of Hamilton, Ontario.
You know who's from Hamilton, Ontario?
Tim Horton.
You know who else?
Bill Cosby.
No, I think this is true. Isn't Wayne Gretzky from there? Or he's from close to there?
He's from Brantford, dog. Not even the same place.
Okay.
So you don't even know who's from Hamilton?
No, I mean, I'm not Canadian. I wouldn't necessarily know that. Okay, maybe I was thinking it was Tim Horton. Some influential Canadian was from there. I'm sure a lot are.
I didn't think Tim Hortons from there.
Okay, well, somebody's from there.
I think he might be, but I'm not 100% sure.
Who's from? Where's Brantford in relation to?
Not even close.
I mean, when you say not even close, is it within like 3 hours?
Yeah, but that's not very close.
I'm not saying it is. I don't know why I thought he was from Hamilton. He used to live next door to my friend. And
Really?
Yeah, I always thought that was tight as fuck.
Wait, in California?
Yeah. My friend, he's also my roommate in college, was a really big football player and comes from like this family of like a football dynasty basically. And his next door neighbor was Wayne Gretzky, and they used to always like he would hang out with like Paulina Gretzky, and there's like a movie. It's called or a TV show or not TV show, a music video I should say, by Nickelback called Rothschild, where Wayne Gretzky's he's in the music video, and they shot it at his house, which is right next door to my friend's house. Just a weird thing, happenstance. All right, that's enough Karen for today. Let's play Literati.
No, that's not Literati.
No, dog, we haven't played any Literati today.
I'm way too tired for that.
What do you mean too tired? You got your extra sleep and your thing's charging. You just got smoked in carom.
Yeah, nap with my dog.
Okay. Well, I want you to get your rest. But then, when you awake, you want to play?
Possibly, yeah.
All right, we'll come back.
I also have some work to do. And I have a lot of work to do, so might not be today.
What work do you have to do?
Yeah, really job making thumbnails.
Yeah, but can't AI do that? Can't AI do that?
I'm using AI, but still have to make the prompts and make the edits and stuff.
That's nothing, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm just like starting a new job, so I still have to learn it. I guess better.
All right, big dog.
Shout out to JOL, JUR, JLOL,
Jayor.
JUR.
Jayor. Try not to Jayor. I retain, baby.
Did you know that guy died?
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that Malcolm Warner died?
Yeah, dog. He, something's weird about his death. I agree with Audie. Something's weird about it.
Why would anyone kill him in a scuba diving accident?
I don't know. And I'm not saying that they did. It's just like it's just not normal for someone to die at age 54. Period. I know that he died in a scuba diving accident, which can happen to anybody, but it's just I don't know. It's just weird.
How old was he in the Cosby Show?
Between like the ages of like 13 and 20.
Oh, so he was gone.
Do you want to see? I mean, you don't have to watch it, but if you ever want to watch one of the funniest scenes in television history, he gets this. He wants to buy a shirt because he's going on a date with this really hot chick, and he goes to the store, and the shirt is basically there's like a whole back and forth between him uh, and Bill Cosby, and it's very funny. I mean, he's got a lot of funny scenes, but that show was really big for African American culture. It was big for me because um, my parents had very diverse friends. So they had like you name it, they had that kind of a friend. So they had black friends, they had white friends, they had of course Jewish friends, of course, like different types of Jewish friends, but um, Asian,
Black.
Latinx, um, Nordic, and like they had friends from all over. But and
South America or South Africa, sorry.
yeah, and um, like England, and so like I got a taste of a lot of different people growing up, but um, well, I really liked my parents' black friends, perhaps the most, and this gave me like a view into an African American family, and it was a um, really interesting view on the world because Bill Cosby made sure to have a child psychologist watch every show to make sure it was like appropriate for the people who would be watching it, and it's just like a different kind of show. Most sitcoms didn't do that. They would just have a writer come in and just try to make the best jokes possible. But the Cosby Show was not like that. It was like it was about a family, and also the families like the African American people we knew were like I don't want to say really wealthy, but they were like well, I don't even want to say well to do, but they were like more comfortable than I would say probably like some other um, situations in the United States. And on the Cosby Show, it was the same way, where the husband was a doctor and the wife was a lawyer, and It was like basically when I would watch the Cosby Show, it would remind me of perhaps my own family or at least the people we were around, and it was just like I didn't really see color with it. It was just a really funny family, and I really loved it. And it wasn't the first black sitcom, but it was definitely the most popular. In the United States, it was like the most popular show for like 8 of 10 years that it ran, or something like that. I mean, it wasn't exactly that, but it's pretty close to that, or it was in the top five like all of those years. And they used to do music. They used to do like these music skits that were really cool. They'd have special guests. This was a show that introduced me to jazz. I would hear jazz from my grandparents and my parents, but it was like I never would see like the actual musicians like this would because you just didn't have the internet, and like they had like Dizzy Gillespie on there, and they had um, Loretta, what is her name? They just had like they had Stevie Wonder on there. That's one of my favorite episodes ever. And so it was like it had music involved, and it was just a really cool show. Adam Sandler was on it. Um, Adam Sandler plays one of Theo, one of his friends on the show, and it was just a cool show. I really liked it. And so Theo, growing up, even though he was older than I was, I would be, I would watch the reruns, and like he would go through things, and I would go through them, and you just, I, what I'm trying to say is I really empathize with his character. So when I talk about Malcolm Jamal Warner, yeah, I'm joking about it. I didn't want him to die. I really liked him, but there's pain in what I say. So maybe I'm just working through my mourning. Did you know that he died?
Um, yeah, no, I'll have to check out the Cosby Show.
Yeah, Doug.
Did
If
he
you,
play like the son or something?
yeah, he played the oldest son or the only son. Yeah, and there was another interesting thing about it. Remember, I said, do you remember I said like I really like Bill Cosby? I thought he was like the all American dad, and he portrayed himself to be like that, but like he had this dark, you know, rapey part of him that was creepy. He had a
Was
son.
he raping people at that time?
Perhaps, and they didn't talk about it a lot. But the way that Bill Cosby used to do this, he used to, um, like allegedly, I don't know, but like he would ask a woman, like back to his trailer or back to his house or something, and ask if she would want a cappuccino. And back then, a cappuccino was like not. It was like a pretty rare in the United States because it has like Italian origins. So you'd need like a cappuccino machine and everything. And a lot of the women would be like, "No, I'm okay," and he'd be like, "Oh no, let's have one or whatever." And he would slip the quaaludes in there and basically drug them that way, and then they would like awake, and he was like raping them. Um, and he had so in real life, Bill Cosby had a son named Ennis, Ennis, and Ennis. This happened when I was like a young man. Maybe I was like 10 years old or something. Ennis was um, driving home from a girl's house on the 405, which is like the main artery of LA, and he had a Mercedes Benz, and just around that time, like to be a black man in a Mercedes Benz in LA was like um, it was rare, exactly. So he had car trouble in this area of LA that is like
pretty mountainous, though. It's between like Beverly Hills and um like the valley, and so his he pulled over to see what was going on with his car, and he got out to. I think he had like a flat tire or something, and he got out and somebody pulled up behind him. I want to say his girlfriend was following him home on purpose. Like everything was fine with their relationship or whatever. And then somebody else pulled up alongside them and killed Ennis on purpose, like murdered him. And I don't know if I don't recall. Let me look this up really quick. If they stole his money or anything like that. Yo, dog, give
Is
me
this in the show
a
or
quick
real life?
breakdown of the death of Ennis Cosby. No, this is a real
Was
life.
this in the TV show?
No, this is a real life. So he was 27 years old. He grad from Columbia University. He was murdered on January 16th, 1997, on the 405 near Los Angeles while changing a flat tire late at night. What happened? Ennis pulled over to fix his tire. A man named Mikhail Markasev, 18 years old at the time, approached him during what appeared to be a robbery attempt and shot him in the head. Prosecutors said it was a random act of violence. Markasev later admitted guilt in a letter, calling it a terrible mistake. Markasev was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced without life. But this was it was a very sad thing to happen, and I always felt really badly. I mean, nobody needs their son killed or whatever, but here Bill Cosby thought he was on top of the world. He had a very popular TV show. He had an Ivy League son, and his son was murdered. And his son and Theo were like pretty close in age, or like the Theo on the show. And Theo was like Malcolm Jamal Warner's character on the Cosby Show. The guy's name was the character is Theo Huxtable. Is the character's name. Um, it was a lot of the goings on that happened between Ennis, the guy who was murdered, and Bill Cosby. And so you got to kind of see what their relationship was played out on TV. And it's a really good show. And who else would be big on it? Do you know who Zoe Kravitz is?
No.
Do you know who Raven Simone is? Okay, well, Raven Simone became like a Disney star. She's on that show. Um, who were big people on the Cosby Show? All right, so um, no, big guest stars like Adam Sandler and Dizzy Gillespie and Stevie Wonder. Um, so Dizzy Gillespie, Stevie Wonder, Adam Sandler, Sammy Davis Jr., Lena Horne, B.B. King, Clarence Clemens from Bruce Springsteen's E Street Band, Phyllis Rashad's real life sister Debbie Allen. They just it showcased black excellence and talent across generations. That's what ChatGPT said, and it's true. And it was such an endearing show in the United States that a lot of people, like the civil rights era was only like 20 years before then, and it was still not like perfect, not that it still is today, but people would watch the show, and for it to be the number one show in the United States, it just wasn't a
It wasn't just a black show; it was an American show, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I really enjoyed Malcolm Jamal Warner's character. So I do joke about it, and it will be my thing that I joke about. But it's kind of to preserve his memory. I really liked him. Did you know Ozzy Osbourne died?
Um, did you ever watch Prince of Bel Air?
Yeah, dude, that was another big one of that show too. Not as much though. It wasn't. Um, it was big, and it was a really cool show. But
I think that's how Will Smith became so popular.
definitely, though, he was a rapper before then. But yeah, that was a big show. I don't know if I've seen all of them. I'm pretty sure I have though. They're like, like before they were streaming and everything, they just you would come home from I don't know school or whatever practice or whatever, and there were only like a certain number of channels, and they had these shows in syndication, and everybody watched them. So yeah, I definitely watched them, and
Did you watch Everybody Loves Raymond?
that one too. That's a big one. Yeah, that's
Did you
basically
like one of them?
definitely. I would say The Office is like the last show that's been. I don't want to say that's been popular in syndication, but like that's when streaming started. After that, but yeah, I really like Everybody Loves Raymond. I think Patricia Heaton, the wife on that show, is frankly one of the prettiest ladies in the world.
Um, Possibly.
I mean, I'm not saying she is the prettiest woman in the world, but she's a beautiful woman. It's a very funny show. Um, and then that was probably like the last show I watched before The Office. That was a popular American show. What's the most popular Canadian show? Isn't like Workaholics a Canadian show or something like that? Oh no, Eastbound and Down isn't that a Canadian show? Or Trailer Park Boys? Did you hear me?
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys would be.
Do you like that show?
I love that show. I listen to the podcast, the Trailer Park Boys podcast, and the podcast too.
Who's the guy with the big glasses? Who's the guy with the big glasses? Apologies, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Bubbles.
Bubbles, yeah. Is he funny?
Another podcast.
Oh, he does a podcast? Dude, you're blocking the mic.
They all do podcast.
Oh, okay. Um, so he's funny
I
on.
think that three of them have really good synergy. Bubbles is more so this like serious, grounded one, but he still makes good jokes and points out the stupidity of the other people, mainly Ricky. But yeah, I think it's one of the greatest shows of all time. Certainly in Canadian television.
What show that you saw really connected with you, like the Cosby Show with me?
You're asking me which show can I connect to?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Do you have Sesame?
Hard for me to think right now.
Do you have Sesame Street in Canada?
We have this thing called. Have you heard of JYOR?
You mean J.R. in it?
Yeah.
Is that like
they have this thing called JR?
what is that?
It's called jerking yourself off raw.
Is that what you're about to go do?
Really great show.
I bet that could be a show.
100%.
J.R. in it. You know what's hilarious about that saying? Is most people would just be fine by calling it, what are you, jerking yourself off? But that's not good enough for me. I need to take it to another level and just say raw. There's no lube. You're just callous hand to a fucking shaft.
Yeah, very specific style of jerking off, because jerking off is way too ambiguous.
Right. What you,
really hone in on what you wanted
exactly.
the listener to experience.
Zoot asks me this several times a month. And a lot of times when he'll ask me so many questions because he's bored, and I get it. It's the middle of the night and we're just playing a game or whatever, and he just wants to make conversation. So he'll ask me sometimes the same question a lot, and I don't know if I know he doesn't recognize that he's doing it, but I'll sometimes just be like, remember what I told you last time about this or whatever. But he asks me a lot what my favorite word is, and my favorite word is minutia, and that's kind of how my humor is. Like I have minutia like humor where it's very specific, like strangely specific. Like basically, when I describe something, I want to get into the nitty gritty of it. I just don't want it to be vague. I want it to be very specific. And so, JUR in it is like a very good phrase that embodies that principle. Would you not agree?
No, I agree, and I think it's interesting that you like think that like 'cause I have the same exact feeling of humor where I just want it to be like very strange and specific. So yeah.
Very well.
I like talking about things that are just like hidden in plain sight that maybe people like don't normally talk about.
Right. It's very observational humor like things, but where everybody knows, like, yeah, I know about that. Like, I've had that experience. Why doesn't anybody talk about that? Like, I love that kind of humor where so I've given this, Joey Diaz gives this example, but it's a Jerry Seinfeld bit where, and I think about it a lot when I'm in the shower. So they'll be like, he'll be like, you ever notice where there's that one hair that gets stuck on your shower and it's just sitting there? And it's like, how did it get there? Like that kind of minutia that like nobody's talking about a hair in the shower. But he'll go into it like, and then you try to get it off and it's like really difficult to pull off for some reason. And then you've got to like cup water in order to like get it off. Like that kind of minutia, like humor is, I think, golden. Like anybody can come out and just be like, "Oh, this is a fart joke, and this is a snot joke, and this is a vomit joke," and that's all fine. But clean humor is also very difficult, and um, just like simple observational humor, I feel is really great, and things that like everybody has experienced. Like everybody's experienced just a random hair in their shower, or like losing a sock in the laundry. Like, what happened to that sock? Are they just like, did it escape? Where does it go? That kind of stuff. I love it. All right. Well, I won't take up much more of your time. Best wishes on your job. That's really cool, and I hope you get really good at video or um, graphic editing, graphic design, and
Thumbnail.
thumbnail. Do you put like a border around the head of a character or text?
Um, do you mean like a glowing
Yeah,
effect?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's like a certain style that they have.
Right.
Uh,
It's an art.
for like these anime. Yeah, it is. And basically, like the thumbnail is like the biggest decider of whether or not the video will do well.
Right.
And I've talked to my brother about this. He is like a very successful YouTuber, so to speak. But he said that he'll take the formats of successful thumbnails from other channels that are not necessarily like doing a recap video on his specific anime, and then you know, okay, this specific thumbnail got like millions and millions of views on this channel, so I'm just gonna ask AI to substitute the characters from this anime into this like general design of that thumbnail. So that's a lot of what I'm doing, basically.
I get it. I don't want to say I'll never forget, but the two people who I really noticed doing thumbnails, at least, yeah, thumbnails better than anybody. Well, if you remember how Joe Rogan used to do it, it would just be like a picture of him and the other person, and then the number. It's like, say, Joe Rogan Experience in like black and white, and then like number 1,000 or whatever. I didn't really think of.
That's how it is.
I think it is. I think it is. I didn't think of that being an art because Joe Rogan had enough pull, but there were two creators who I saw doing this, and they are the first two that I noticed. The first one, do you know who? I think she goes by Sniper Wolf. Do you know who Sniper Wolf is?
No.
Okay, well, she's this chick who I don't even know what she does. She's like a video game chick or whatever, and she wears these big glasses, but you can tell she's like super hot and doesn't need to wear those glasses. And she would do these reactions like, like wow, like what? And I would always be like, I hate it that like these people put all this work into these thumbnails, but that pulls your attention in. And then the other person who did it was this guy named Mr. Beast. And I would look and I'd be like, this guy looks like such a loser. I remember on the stream, this is like 4 years ago, I would be like, who is this loser guy who is all over YouTube? This guy is a dork. He's got these stupid thumbnails and he looks like a nerd. And I would just like make fun of him. And then he would turn out to be, super huge influencer. Though, you mark my words, I think that Mr. Beast is sitting on a bed of lies or a throne of lies because if you look at how many subscribers he has, it's 500 million or something like that. That means that 1 in 16 people in the world are subscribed to his channel. And I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that, like, I'm not subscribed to any of his shit. And I have a billion fucking accounts. And I just, are you subscribed to Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
I'm a NPC.
Okay, yeah, you are. Well, maybe people do, but I don't know. I don't think like I think that you do a lot of YouTubing and stuff, but I just don't think that I just don't believe those numbers is what I'm trying to say. He got into this
He would be in trouble if he was using bots.
No, he wouldn't.
He does not want to get.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he would not. He brings in once you get to a certain size on YouTube, they don't care if you use bots, and the reason why is because they know that you're uncancelable. They can't cancel Mr. Beast unless he did something really bad. Even like he had that thing with I don't know, he had somebody working for him who was like transgender who did something. What did they? You know what I'm talking about. You know it better than I do. And they didn't cancel him for that.
Yeah, messaging like minors.
Yeah. Now, if Mr. Beast were the size of like had 10,000 subscribers, he'd be gone. No doubt. Mr. Beast could not. And let's say Mr. Beast had 10,000 subscribers. He would not have the ability to appeal to YouTube to say like, hey, it was somebody on my team, it wasn't me. But because he's so large right now that he just has a connection at YouTube and then they wouldn't cancel him. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't know if he would get canceled for 10,000 if he had 10,000 subscribers.
He absolutely would.
Someone but he's not like, and that's, I don't know. Is it his responsibility to make sure other people don't break the law?
Yeah, if they're under his team. According to YouTube. According to YouTube, they call it child endangerment. They call it under the terms and conditions, it's considered child endangerment, and you can't do that. And they would just get rid of him.
What's the child endangerment part that you can't do?
Like what that transgender person did, basically like groom children.
Praying. Okay.
So he would just be gone. But because he's so large, he has connections and they didn't cancel him because of that. And in the same way, he just has bots being created that subscribe to his channel.
And then, yeah, I guess that makes sense. He has immunity, is what you're saying.
100%. I should have said that. Yeah, he has immunity, and it's because he makes money for YouTube.
With the thumbnail, like a lot of people do that, like they do like the I'm shocked face.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. They do the I'm shocked face.
Oh my god.
With like a shadow around the head. Sometimes it's a 3-panel, and or sometimes it has a white outline around them, or it depends what they want to do, and it's really bright colors, and the font that they use is like almost like one that you see in comic books.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly love those thumbnails. There's this YouTuber that I used to watch for like Bitcoin analysis back in like 2017, and he just had like, he was like this blonde like Swedish guy, and he just had like the most like outrageous like expressions in his thumbnails. But I I can't find this channel anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I think he got like all his money. He lost all his money or something.
That's what happens, man. That's absolutely what happens. And I would put a lot of work into my thumbnails, but I never know when I'm going to lose an account. So it's not worth it to me. Fortunately, I haven't lost an account in a long time, but
yeah, I thought your YouTube accounts were pretty safe.
No, they're not. Especially around COVID time. That was ridiculous. Joe Rogan would be talking about something, and I would get I'd have to take an exam or like a quiz on medical health and what can be shown and what can't be shown because he was playing in the background. It was ridiculous.
And he was like saying, "Don't get the vaccine."
He didn't even say that. He would just be like, "Look, CNN changed the filter on my video to make me look green when I allegedly came down with this, and I don't think that was right." And they would incredibly they would know that clip was something they didn't want on their platform, and then I'd get something in my inbox that says you got a strike because of medical misinformation. I'd be like, I didn't even talk about this. I don't talk about that stuff because not that I don't feel comfortable doing it, and not that I don't feel that I know a lot about it, but because, or like I'm well informed on it. I think that I'm as well informed as anybody else is, but it's a very controversial subject, and thus I do my best to stay away from it.
Do you think there are nanobots and graphene in the vaccine?
I can neither confirm nor deny that information. That tells you everything you need to know.
No, it doesn't. If you don't want to speak on it, that's fine.
All right, big dog. Well, enjoy making your. Does AI make it really a lot easier to do thumbnails?
Yes and no, I guess. Sometimes it takes like a million prompts. Sometimes, like if you're trying to edit something, it does not do a good job. With like, I have a Adobe. I haven't had I haven't had Photoshop, like access to Photoshop on my computer in like years and years and years. So I finally have it, and there's a lot of new features that I know nothing about. So I haven't used it in so long, but they've added like the generative build thing,
right?
And that usually works pretty good. And I think that's an interesting development because I never saw those two worlds colliding, but it makes a lot of sense that Adobe would be interested in using AI.
Right. So can you just write your prompt in Photoshop and it plugs out what you need?
No, for doing the base image, I'll use a program called a website called Rhea, Area, and then tweak that until I get something that's good, and then any other changes I'll do in Adobe Firefly, and then any other like color correction stuff or layering or something I'll do.
And then your brother just approves it. Does he ever give you edits?
I haven't even gotten to that stage because I'm just starting yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm sure that'll be part of the process.
All right. Best wishes
Are
come
you
back.
going to be a ghostwriter for Zeus comedy career?
I would like to. Honestly, I think if he just said, Rabbi, will you help me come up with a minute or 5 minutes of material? We could come up with stuff that's so funny and that's good. Now, would he remember it? I don't know. He doesn't have the work ethic, and I would tell him this if he were here right now. He has not shown that he has the work ethic to be able to memorize 1 minute or 5 minutes worth of content within 1 week. I don't know if anybody does. Like 5 minutes to remember everything would be difficult. I think it's doable, but you'd have to work like a lot. But he just wants to go up there um and riff. And yeah, you know what? He's going through a lot right now. He has said that this is like the most difficult time of his life, and I do my best to be there for him. I give him shit, but at the end of the day, he's my friend, and I want him to be successful. I don't want him to hurt. I want him to be happy most of all. And um, he had this diagnosis or whatever that really got into his head, and he is very frustrated that basically, like he says that like they can say that you are neurodivergent, that you are, oh, what's the word that he said? Um, like, what's the word that he says? Something like um, unstable or something like that. It's not the word, but when really it's just, or they say you have ADHD or something when you're really just, it's not unstable, but it's something like that. And uncoordinated or something like that. It's something like that. And
Yeah.
he's very passionate. Like he was telling me this morning, like I really want to help people who are neurodivergent. That's what I want to do. And he'll watch this someday, God willing, and I want him to know that I support him in that. For as much shit that I give him, that thing that his girlfriend told him years ago, there are a million guys who would want to look like you. I don't know if that's true, but maybe some people want to look like him, but no one wants to have your brain. They want your body, but not your brain. And it's got to be really tough. He he's got a lot going on, and I wish he was able to manage it better. He does, I feel, as good a job as he can, but it didn't help. Like he had a couple things that he was working on, and then he goes to this expert or whatever, and they tell him he's got like a billion things wrong with him. It's like, no, you don't have that much wrong with you. In fact, you're quite normal. I tell him that I think he's smart when it comes to cryptocurrency, even though I tell him I don't know about the choices he makes with cryptocurrency. He knows a lot about cryptocurrency, or more than the average person, and I admire that about him. But um, I want what's best for him, and then he'll do this thing where he'll come in here for like 5 seconds, and he'll be like, I don't know, he's just very um, indecisive and very erratic with his behavior sometimes. And then other times he'll come in here and he'll be like in the best mood. And I want what's best for him, but I hear where he's passionate, and it's not in cryptocurrency, and it's not in being an actor or comedian. He's passionate about helping people who are neurodivergent, and if I could ever help him with that journey, I'd want to. And
When did he? When did he? I mean, you've talked to him way more than me probably when I'm like not on. But when is he? Like, how long has he been saying that he wants to help? I don't even know what the fuck neurodivergent.
I don't either. So he just says it a lot, and I'm like, okay, fine. Um, Well, truthfully, like just like the past 2 days, but I hear how he talks about it, and he's passionate about it. Like it's something that he like almost glows when he talks about it. He wants to help people. I really mean it. Like
he said that he wants to help neurodivergent people.
that's exactly what he said that earlier. He talked about it
Okay,
like
so neurodivergent refers to individuals whose brain functions differently from what's considered typical or normal, including autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and other ones like dysgraphia, dyscalculia, auditory processing disorder. Uh, yeah,
the first four things that you read. Those are all things that they say that he has, and the only one that I really see like is the Tourette's. But I mean, I see a little bit of some other things, but he has this thing where he's like, I'm severely autistic. He'll say about himself, I'm severely autistic. And I'm like, I don't see that. I don't even know what autism is really. But like people who are like severely autistic are like nonverbal. They like can't, they're like in wheelchairs and stuff. Like, you're a functioning individual. You have had jobs.
yeah, it's definitely not. I wouldn't say severely autistic or. I mean, yeah.
And he can be quirky, but
he does seem like normal from when I hear him talk.
right. So I do want what's best for him. Welcome. How are you? Cool. I didn't want to talk to that person anyway. Um, but it's like
They can go J.
they can go J Yor. Well, for themselves, it would be J Tor. Jerk themselves off raw. Um, but J Yor is the phrase. So I think that Zoot.
Nobody calls it J Tor.
It's J Yor. Exactly. What do I think Zoot needs? He needs a job. It doesn't have to be in high finance. He could literally just go work at Macca's or McDonald's. He wants to be a trillionaire though, and that's cool. But it's like he just needs something consistent to teach him life lessons, and um,
has he had a job before? I'm assuming he worked at private equity.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever had a job that like he's had for more than a year, probably. So it's just been off and on things, and maybe he has. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think he has a lot of things where his personal life or his personality gets in the way, perhaps. I mean,
does he live with his parents or is he on his own?
He lives with his family, and um, I mean, imagine even if he worked at McDonald's, if he's got Tourette's as severely as he does, like he says the N word sometimes.
I don't think. Welcome to McDonald's. N-word. How many
right. But I mean, that is something that has, like, he says that to me sometimes, and I just say, whoa, watch yourself, or I'll be like, calm down now. I'll just say something like that, and I understand. Like when he gets frustrated, he'll say that. I notice like the one that sticks out in my mind is I was falling. Sometimes I need to sleep, and I'll sleep, and he'll come in and he'll be like, Rabbi, and then I'll just hear N word, and then he'll leave, and I know he doesn't mean to say that, and he's told me like the Like it gets worse when you're in a crowd and things like that. And so, with that being said, I think it would be hard
That's
for.
not bad for your rate of saying N-word goes up in your grade.
Well, so I think that he if he could have a job, but it would be there are some issues with that. Um, but at least as a comedian, he wants to be a comedian, and that's great. When I ask him, tell me a joke, he gets offended by that. And then I say, well, what are you going to talk about? And he says, I'm going to just go up there and talk about being neurodivergent. And I said, nobody's going to think that's funny. And I mean, most people, I've watched comedians. I watch every Kill Tony. I've seen every Kill Tony, and I've watched comedians. I've got comedians right now. I've got a Tim Dillon podcast on, like right in front of me. Before this, I watched The Fighter and the Kid. That's two comedians. I watch comedians all the time, and they have rehearsed bits, and they will tell you when you get up there and you're looking at a crowd, you it's just really difficult to just wing it. So if he were to come and say, help me with a stand-up routine, what would I do? We would go to street jokes. We would go to a joke book and find funny, cute little jokes that we know will work, that are thought out, and they're just in the they're called street jokes. They're jokes that you would find in a joke book that are cute, but nobody has claim over them. And we would take those and we would come up with a minute, and then 2 minutes, and then 5 minutes worth of material. And I think he could do really well if he could memorize those things. And I know he could, but he doesn't want that. He has
I don't think that's going about it the right way. I think if he wants to be as like well-known comedian, you have to come up with your own material and just gotta try shit out. You can brainstorm it first and criticize it with other people, and then go attempt it.
I
think joke books.
I disagree. I disagree. I think joke books will get you very far at the beginning, where you just need to get comfortable on stage. I'm not saying you can't work out your own material in there, but you literally have zero jokes and you're going to be on stage in 4 days. What else do you want? Take jokes that not everybody has heard. Maybe some people have heard them, and at least get a minute worth of material in there. Look, I'll tell you this. I can be funny, but I don't have like routines. But I've given my pickup line, that I've got like a minute worth of pickup lines, and I've done stand-up comedy on at least Twitter Spaces, and I've had a lot of success with that. And those are all just street jokes. They're jokes that some people have heard before, but they work because they're short and they're to the point, and I'm not wasting anybody's time. And if that didn't hit, I've got another one for you, or another one, and I'm going to get you with one of them. Over the course of a minute, I'm going to be able to put a smile on your face with one or two jokes. That's what you need. Now, I'm not saying that he can't, or any comedian can't have their own take on things. But if they're going to spend a minute building up a story, and that story at the end is not funny, they're going to be booed off the stage. At least if you have jokes, you're not going to get booed off the stage. And right now he doesn't have any. Right now he doesn't have any jokes. So if he wanted to, if he was like, "Hey, I want to work on something," well, so this is here was one. Here's this joke that he kind of came up with. So we were talking about his experiences, and I was like, well, you could, if you want to just have 1 minute, it's not the funniest thing, but if you want something that's personal to you, you could be like, this one time I went on Reddit and I saw this gigantic whore who was willing to have sex with a bunch of guys at an adult bookstore. And I went down there, and fortunately I was number one on the list. And as this woman was sucking my dick, I had
20 guys watching me at the exact same time. And as I'm trying to come in her mouth, I'm unable to. It was like I was attempting to defuse a bomb. And if you've never been in that position, it's quite awkward, but it's something that happened to me. And then you move on to your next joke, whatever. I'm not saying that's super funny, but it's something that happened to him that we were able to punch up with some jokes. And people could, I'm not saying connect with that, but it's something that happened to him that's funny. And I mean, what else you got?
And
What?
you can tell it in a way where it's just like every detail of like the story like builds and gets funnier and stranger and weirder and
Exactly. The one punch.
adds more gravity to it.
Exactly. The one punchline in that was, it was like defusing a bomb, and I that was just something that I was like, well, that's kind of what it would be like. Um, Now you could make that
You
into
can just go into ChatGPT and then write the story and then be like, tell me the story like Joey Diaz would tell it.
Exactly.
And then just say that.
I think that's an absolutely fine way to do it too, and to memorize it and to change it, make it your own, put it in your own voice, and go up there and tell the joke. And but the thing is, it's so self-deprecating. Like if I heard somebody tell this story, I would be like, that dude's a loser. But some guys could pull it off. Other people can't. Um,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is.
it's
I think he was like embarrassed to tell me about it.
exactly.
I think.
It's too self-deprecating, perhaps, but it's kind of a funny little story. I mean, we were like, he doesn't talk about that much in his life. He doesn't have that much going on. But like, I was like, okay, you could talk about your failed cryptocurrency investments, and you could give them funny names. Some of them have funny names, like Fat Girl Investment Co. And you could just use that, like buying Bitcoin in 2009 or whatever their tagline was. But you could like, I could just do it right now. What's the deal with these crypto? Does anybody here know anything about cryptocurrencies? Uh, it's something that you could absolutely do really well with. You could buy helicopters and you could vacation in Tahiti, or you could be like the rest of us schmucks and be, you know, essentially powerless because of some cryptocurrency that's named Fat Girl Investment Co. Who is naming these things? Dog with hat, Fat Girl Investment Co., jerking yourself off raw. You just name a bunch of them. Whatever you want to name them. Just come up with funny names. Eating Ass Incorporated. Doggy Style to the Moon. Whatever. Who's coming up with these names? And what do these things even mean? Whatever. You could make fun of things like that. There aren't a lot of people who would really connect with that, but it's personal. It's from him. But instead, he wants to go up there and talk about neurodivergency, and I don't really know what's funny about that. Honestly, if he were to do that, I think people would just feel badly for him, and I don't want that to happen to him. I really think that, and the next time I speak with him, which is hopefully tonight, I'll give him my advice. Zoot, if you want my advice, which just take it for what it's worth, why don't you just memorize a minute worth of jokes? And if you don't want to do that, let's come up with a story. It doesn't even have to be a real story, but just so that you have some success and you can build on that for the next week and the next week and the next week. And you can talk about being neurodivergent and all those other things. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He just wants to talk about being neurodivergent, which when you say that to people, they don't know what that is. And
this is like a meme. It's like Zoot on one hand is like, I really want to help neurodivergent people, and then Zoot on the other is like 5 minutes later doing 5 minutes of material on joking about neurodivergent people.
To some extent. There's this guy on Kill Tony.
I feel badly for him. His name is
But maybe he is doing like a introspective thing about his experience with autism and somehow adding a funny twist.
right. There's this
I don't know.
there's this guy on Kill Tony named, I forget his name right now. But he has had,
William?
no, it's not William. It's I'll get his name in a second. I know you don't care, but um, just let me look it up. It's right here. Yo, dog, who's that guy with the traumatic brain injury from Kill Tony? Not that's hilarious. They say Hans Kim. It's not Hans Kim. Um, uh, okay. Kill Tony, traumatic brain injury. Um, Drew. His name is Drew Nickens, and he was like a veteran who got attacked by other soldiers and was like raped and like all kinds of bad stuff happened to him in the military, and they like threw his head against the ground, and he has what's known as a traumatic brain injury, and he refers to having a traumatic brain injury as a TBI. So he'll go up there and he'll be like, "Hey, everybody! One of the benefits of having a TBI is all kinds of energy companies, energy drink companies, want to sponsor you. So I've been doing taste tests of different energy drinks on Instagram and rating them. And I'll tell you what, I never thought it would happen to me, but it's like my dream job." Okay, he hasn't been that funny. In fact, the last time they were in Nashville, they did an arena show, and they had like 4 golden ticket winners, and whatever one got the lowest applause was couldn't perform for 6 months, and Drew Nickens was that person. Well, Tony and Red Band and those guys, they did their best to coach Drew Nickens to explain to him, Drew, nobody knows what a traumatic brain injury is. Like, nobody knows what a TBI is. They were, you can't just go in and say TBI. People don't know what that means. You have to say, I have a traumatic brain injury. Then they'll understand it. But basically, if you use this lingo that people don't understand, you're going to lose people right away. And I feel like Zoot will do that if he just goes in there and says, does everybody know what it's like to be neurodivergent? People are not, they're going to be like, what is that? What does that mean? I feel like he has to explain what neurodivergency is. And you could be like, hey, there are some people who have, if he were to just go up there and say, this is my first time doing this, or I haven't done this a lot, I am doing my best to get over some fears that I have and some issues, including things that are neurodivergent, like having Tourette's and these other things. I think the audience would be much more supportive of him, but he's got to give them jokes. But if he wants to go up there and talk about it, he can educate people on these things. But it's not, basically, people go to an open mic to hear jokes. They don't go up there to like learn about people's journeys so much. And I want Zoot to be successful. So the next time I see him, I'm going to try to tell him, if you're really going to do this, which it sounds like you're going to, come up with some jokes in addition to the neurodivergent, or see if you can have some jokes within that. But don't just rely on feeling like you're just going to nail it. You're going to just feel it out, because what I'm afraid will happen is he will bomb and he'll never want to do it again. And that's what I don't want. I want him to do really well. I don't know if he has that capability yet, but at least do well enough that he does it again. and then again and again. Basically, have some momentum going into it. If he doesn't have that, then he's just gonna go up there and bomb. Somebody's gonna boo him, and they're just gonna take him off the stage. And I don't want that to happen.
Or hopefully, if someone heckles him, he has a witty remark to slingshot back at them.
Yeah, and he's not even anywhere near
Do you
that.
think he has that?
No.
Do you think he has that ability? I think he does. He would just say like, "Shut the fuck up" or something. You know?
Yeah. Probably. There's an art to that as well. Some of the funniest ones I've heard just off the top of my head are like let's say some ladies like yelling. You just say like, "Sir, nobody wants your opinion right now." You just call her like a dude. It's just a slap in the face to them, like, or if some dude's yelling at you, you'll just be like, "Is somebody's drunk uncle here?" Or like, if somebody yells at, like, I like the way that William Montgomery does it, where he's just, "Hey, why don't you just shut the fuck up?" That's the funniest to me. Like, I,
Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
right, like, "Hey, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up." Like, those are hilarious ones. But he's,
Yeah, I agree. William, the way he tackles hecklers is unmatched.
"Yeah, you stupid bitch. Hey,
He
you.
just goes off.
Hey, you, why don't you get your stupid bitch of a girlfriend out of this fucking place? What the fuck? Why would you ever bring such a whore into this establishment? Motherfucker, I'm trying to tell a story up here, and I've got this stupid bitch who's interrupting me." Like, that shit, that itself is very funny. And that's that to me is the, I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but if I were doing it, I would be like that. I think I would be like, all right, if somebody comes up here and heckles me, I am just going from 0 to 10 on them immediately, and people are gonna fucking love that, because it's like, okay, that's funny in itself. If this person's just yelling profanities at this one person in the crowd, so long as they were doing it, you know, like if somebody were like, I don't want to say there's ever like a good time for a heckler, but basically like when can a heckler add to it? I don't know. Sometimes, like, let's say you're talking about like a really hot chick and somebody whistles in the audience, like, tweet tweet, like, I'm not saying that's beneficial, but that's not, you don't have to freak out over that. But when somebody starts using words and they're like, "Oh yeah, well, you think you're so funny?" You're like, "Yeah, I do think I'm so funny, you stupid bitch. How about you shut the fuck up? And hey, to your fat husband, get your fucking pig of a wife out of this fucking place." Like, that to me is, there's just, because here's why that works. You have the microphone, and so you're so much louder than they are. So just, it's like they're like a fly in a restaurant, and you hit them with like an AK-47. I mean, just get them the fuck out of here. And William Montgomery does it
Yeah.
so fucking
One
well.
of like the funniest classic heckle from like an audience, which is not as funny. It's like they'll be going or whatever, maybe they bomb a joke, and then you just hear out of like the darkness, it's like, "When's the comedy start?"
that is so funny. Exactly. I love hearing, like, I hate hecklers sometimes, but I fucking think they're hilarious too. When's the comedy start? But you could come right back at that and just be like, "The comedy has started, you stupid piece of shit. Haven't you been listening? If you haven't, why don't you fucking go home, look in the mirror if you want to look at something fun."
And jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, on that note, go work on your thumbnails. Practice
Work on your jerking yourself off.
practice. Go watch Mancala videos. That's what you need to do. Hold on. Before you go, we have to look up what Mancala means. And we have to look up what Karen means. Karen, I think, means disc or something. Hold on. What does Mancala mean, and what does Karen mean? Or Karen means movement or something like that. Okay, Mancala. The word Mancala comes from an Arabic word. Oh, Mancala means to move, and Karam means to rebound, like a puck bouncing off the wall in billiards. Okay, so Mancala means to move in Arabic, and Karam is, I don't know what language though. Yo, dog, what language though? Mancala is Arabic, from Nakala, meaning to move or transfer. Karam likely comes from English or French. Related to carom in English, a term used in billiards, meaning a ricochet or rebound. Okay, now we know. Do you know why it's called soccer?
No. It's not football, actually.
Yeah, but do you know why it's called soccer?
Because football already was taken. I don't know what it
Yeah, it's association. Like association is SOC. There's an SOC in it. Let me get them straight though. Yo, why is it called soccer? Isn't it from like association football? Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The word soccer actually does come from association football. Why it's called soccer? In England, in the late 1800s, there were different types of quote unquote football being played. Rugby football, association football, the kind that we just call football or soccer. To tell them apart, people were calling rugby football rugger and association football a soccer, short for association. They just dropped the A and made it soccer. It's British schoolboy slang, uh, which they would do where they would add ER to words for fun, like rugger from rugby. So Americans, Canadians, Australians kept using soccer to avoid confusion with American football, Canadian football. Do you watch Canadian football, the Grey Cup, anything like that?
is. No one watches Canadian football, but American football, I'm going for Super Bowl, obviously the big one. That's pretty much, I'm not.
What is what connection does Wayne Gretzky have to Hamilton, Ontario? Wayne Gretzky himself is not from Hamilton. He was born and raised in Brantford. Oh, it's 30 minutes west. I knew it was close.
Yeah, it's not the same.
No. I know. But like they sometimes talk about him being from around Hamilton, Ontario. Okay, that's why I thought that.
What do you know about Hamilton?
That Wayne Gretzky's from like 30 minutes away.
Awesome. Do you know what would make sports more entertaining?
If the cheerleaders were topless,
No.
you don't think that would make it more entertaining?
One variation is that each team has like a sniper, and the sniper can is like hiding in the stadium, and he basically you get like one bullet, and then during the game, they can take out like one player and like stop like a big play, or the snipers can try and take each other out and steal the other one's bullet, and then during the game, try and stop a play.
So do they actually have to shoot the person?
Well, it's kind of hypothetical, but it could work with like a paintball or something.
Okay. Do you know how paintball guns were invented?
No?
So, somebody, a streamer on Kick, came in here, or I was in his Discord, and his brother taught me this. A friend of mine from on Kick, Street Savage. So it comes from the cattle world, and when you would have like a bunch of different cattle, you sometimes wanted to mark them, but it's difficult to mark cattle because they're like, there might be like, let's say, 500 head of cattle, like 500 cows, and you're trying to claim like a, a, a certain group of them for yourselves, maybe to buy or whatever, just to mate or whatever for your ranch. So they came up with paintball guns to shoot the cattle to be able to mark them from the other people. Isn't that interesting?
That is very interesting.
Yeah, let me
What
make.
year was
We're gonna find that out. Yo, dog, didn't paintball guns weren't they invented from like cattle marking? Can you give me a quick breakdown, like Joey Diaz? Like I don't know, like 5 bullet points. Yo, dog, straight up, Uncle Joey would say, straight up, like paintball guns started as some cowboy rancher shit, not some tactical war game thing. Cattle marking tool. Paintball guns were originally used to mark trees and livestock. Like, yo, tag that cow over there, not to shoot your buddy in the nuts at a bachelor party. It was a 1970s invention. In the early 1970s, these things came out as Nell Spot 007 markers made by Nelson Paint Company to shoot blobs of paint at trees for forestry and cows for ranchers. Some maniacs turned it into a game. In 1981, a few wild dudes, a stockbroker, a rider, and a ski dude, were like, what if we used these cow guns to hunt each other in the woods? Boom. First paintball match ever in New Hampshire. From trees to tournaments, what started as a marker became a global sport with jerseys, goggles, and inflatable bunkers, but it all started with tagging cows. From cow butts to war games, now it's a whole industry. Speedball, woodsball, military training, but deep down it's just a cattle gun with a midlife crisis. How do you like that?
I love it. Do you remember in the Olympics where there was like breakdancing?
Yeah,
It's like the most recent.
that Australian girl. Her name is what's her name? It's like It's like Rachel. What was her name? Let me get her name. Her name is Rachel something. Yo, who is that Australian lady who was a breakdancer? Her name is like Rachel something. Rachel Gunn. Yeah, they call her Ray Gunn.
That's an amazing nickname.
Right. That's how I remembered it because I knew. I was like, why did they call her Ray? Why did they call her Ray Gun? And I knew it was because, or I looked it up one time and it was like, oh, her name's Rachel, and her last name is Gunn. Isn't that baller?
Yeah. And what did she do? She just like stood there and didn't dance?
No, she just didn't do like what it really was, in my opinion.
Tried to sabotage the event or something by dancing.
What it really was, in my opinion, is she just wasn't that good in comparison to people who you'll find in the inner city. So people mocked her. She's not really that bad, but she just wasn't that smooth with it. And like when you've got like inner city breakdancers, if you've ever seen people who are like who do that, they're very impressive. They're like spinning on their heads, and they're like, but they're not like they're working at McDonald's. Not to put that down, I'm saying in a good way. They're doing their best to like make money so that they can survive. And Ray Gunn doesn't have a job and is able to spend her money to be like it's a lot of money to be an Olympian. Basically, what I'm saying is like give it some time, and those people who are doing it on the street or working, the people who are working 9 to 5 at McDonald's and then doing it in the evenings just to make money, they'll be able to do it, and it'll be a really big sport. Though I think they took it away for the 2028 Olympics in LA, but I think it comes back for 2032, something like that. Let's check that out. Yo, dog, didn't they take away the breakdancing part of the 2028 Olympics, and it'll be back in 2032 or something? And also, why was Ray Gunn not seen as a good dancer? All right. Debuted in Paris in 2024, not in 2028. Could return in 2032 at Brisbane. Why was she roasted? They said it was a mix of yoga, interpretive dance, and panic. Comedians spoofed her. So they just didn't think that she scored 0 points. She did a kangaroo style bounce, offbeat movements. Some say it was artsy, some say she missed the beat. I think the big thing was she scored 0 points.
Yeah, everyone is grilling her like the fucking Coldplay.
Exactly. It's one of those things that I'm very suspicious about, and I'm suspicious about it from Reddit in particular. It's like when it's in every subreddit instantly within like 6 hours, I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's in stuff that's like not even like, I don't know, like it shouldn't even be in the
Shouldn't even
subreddit.
be newsworthy.
Exactly.
Almost.
Right, but it's like pushed out by the news wires as something that should be discussed. It's like a not a story, but yet everybody knows about it. And we just go through these things in news cycles. It's just distracted news, basically. AKA
Yeah.
Jay, you're in it.
Exactly.
All right.
Was it you that was telling the funny speed skating story or no?
No.
Trying to find it.
Well, about the Australian guy who got who the only gold, the only I think even medalist in the the only medalist in the only winter Olympic medalist in the history of Australia. Is that what you're talking about?
Possibly. What is that one?
Yeah, this one's hilarious. So, Australia has never had a medal ever in the Winter Olympics because it's like they don't have mountains and stuff or like any snow. But they had
They do. They have ski hills there.
okay, but not like serious ones. So they had a speed skater who they were just happy to have this person in the finals of the speed skating competition, and like the people who were going to win were like China and the United States and Japan, all these like Norway, all these like powerhouses, and then there's the Australian person. And what ended up happening was, and at least the United States, it was one of our big people. His name was like Apollo.
They all took each other out.
Exactly.
Like the last one.
Exactly. And he was like the Michael Jordan of speed skating for the United States, or the Michael Phelps. Like they made this huge deal about this guy named Apollo Anton Ono, and one of the people slid and took out all the other people, and the Australian guy is just way in the back and just ended up skating through and won. And then he became a huge celebrity in Australia. He was on Australian Survivor and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Wait, he was on Australian Survivor?
Yeah, he's like a big time celebrity in Australia now, all because like all the good speed skaters got wiped out. And let's get
I'm
it
assuming it was like the track speed skating that's like really really small.
right. Exactly. Yo, dog, what's the deal with that Australian speed skater who is the only Australian Winter Olympic person? Give me a 5 bullet point breakdown on what happened. And what happened with his life? Wasn't he on Australian Survivor and anything else cool that he did? Yeah, so he was an underdog icon at the Salt Lake City Olympics. His name is Stephen Bradbury. In the men's 1,000-meter short tracks final, which is the big one, Bradbury stayed at the back while the favorites battled ahead. Incredibly, all 4 front runners crashed in the final turn, letting him skate and claim gold. It was Australia's first, and it was the Southern Hemisphere's first Winter Olympic gold. So the whole Southern Hemisphere. Um, he perfectly played Bradbury's strategy. He deliberately hung back in earlier rounds too, benefited from collisions and disqualifications in the quarter and semi, leveraging his conservative approach to advance. He survived career-threatening injuries, yada yada yada. Life beyond the ice. After retiring, he transitioned to motor racing, Olympic commentary, motivational speaking, and reality TV. He even appeared as a villain on Australian Survivor, where he founded the Sporty Seven Alliance and lasted 12 days. He was a hero on and off the ice. Oh, in March 2023, he rescued 4 teenage girls from dangerous surf and later received a bravery award from the Queensland governor for his quick-thinking heroism. Bonus tidbit. The phrase "to do a Bradbury" has entered Australian slang, meaning to win unexpectedly, often thanks to others' misfortune. How do you like that?
I love it. I love that story.
Absolutely. All right, go do what you need to do. Come back soon. Exactly. Come back soon, though, okay? Peace, buddy. What you doing there? You're such a blessing.
I'm back soon.
Welcome.
Is that fast?
Yeah, you ready?
No, it's okay. Jerk yourself off, Rob. I'll watch some Mancala videos.
All right, and then teach me all of the strategy for Mancala, okay?
Right.
Sweet, dog.
To the present day. If you go to the local bookstores, and by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. You can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain Orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and we can maybe one day we should, kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determined his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy, and astrology, one after another. And he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we'll look at right now, because it's most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes, right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it. Question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael is there. Oh, we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, oh, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with A. Auspicious astrological moment, A. So the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael? Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoladot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not a lie. But individual Jews, chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire people as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want us to, but he was also very, very big about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra, right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, in I think klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu, it was perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like, he was like national pride about this. He says, the Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? Is rear axle. You know how you say the front axle? Rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. Right? So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they'll use the word kalkala, which is, totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Makom, Mishana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your Mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Avram is forced to go to a different land. To be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far a leap. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal. A person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life. But if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. He used the example of you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do, and so they can be overpowered. So don't push your life, right? Exactly, which is a translation of "Ein mashkichin al hanisim," right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so at night it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are all in black, right? So the local Judaica store, he's still there, I think. Tuvia's. He sold these fluorescent bands that it said on the "Ein mashkichin al hanes," we do not rely on miracles. Right? It's a very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul. Because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier of Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars, do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvos, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. And when they are engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them, which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot ein nizakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. There's a lot more to say than we can in this brief period. But anyway, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with it. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzah ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But his contribution to science, even though, we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary. We think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters on the moon, he was a leading candidate for whom should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller, maybe, aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless, he was a figure that strode tall on the world scene. I have omitted many other aspects of his work. He influenced poetry. Even there's a John Lennon song that is taken from some of his early poetry, because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe they appeal to. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you're all going to come because it's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent week. It occurred to me, I haven't really told you what is this book about. So here is the book. This is the very last plug for the book that I will put into these lecture series. Basically, the Piaseczna Rabbi, very holy individual. Here's this iconic photograph of him that you see all over the place, a very holy-looking individual. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century, had already published a very important book called Chovas HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jewry with more enthusiasm for their Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war. Even though he received many offers, even from the American Jewish Congress, the Joint Distribution Committee, and the Underground Resistance, he was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with his followers throughout and ministering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons. And when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Oneg Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title Eish Kodesh, or Holy Fire. A fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on Eish Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs and newspapers and German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on a micro-historical level. And then I compared it to what the Rebbe said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was speaking directly to the concerns of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically with the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his drashot, his sermons, within the context of their historical setting is really the best way to appreciate the book, to appreciate his words. Because then you really see, to use a Hebrew term, godless, his greatness. I am very pleased that one of the premier students of the Session of Hasidus is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who has a synagogue by the same name, Congregation Eish Kodesh. And in his letter called the Haskama, or a sort of an approbation letter, he writes that basically he has had this book, the Eish Kodesh, the original Hebrew, on his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great, and I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope if you're in Brooklyn, you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture through Hasidic thought that is representative of the Pia section of Rebbe. If you can't make it to Brooklyn, I would be very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and you can certainly ask at your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because then you support a local business. And I guess that's about it for the plug. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you'll like it too. Welcome everyone to the last class of the secular calendar. We will be continuing as normal, God willing, next Wednesday, January 7th. We will take one day off this month for the yeshiva break, which is, I believe, the week of the 26th. But otherwise, we're walking on through the cusp of the secular New Year. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes his donation to remain completely anonymous. Even the fact that there's an anonymous donor is supposed to be anonymous. So you have to wipe that entirely from your mind. But obviously, in honor of the auspicious occasion that this is the eve of the fast of the 10th of Teves, we had to have a special meal with champagne and things like that. So.
If I knew, I would have eaten earlier.
But it's also, life is tough, as my father, Tony Parkinson, always used to say. And whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other any happy occasion, we should definitely Kaparine, and we wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar-wise, and let's hope that we should share many senses together overcoming this. Okay, so that's the good and welfare. The joke, today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. It happens to be one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this halakhic device that many communities use, including our own here in Surfside, the Eruv. Right? Do you remember the joke? The Eruv is, oh, hope you don't remember the joke. Oh, good. The Eruv is essentially it's a construction. Usually it's a wire, or it can use natural phenomena, rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard, so to speak, so that all the Jews who live there are, as it were, living in a single entity. And this has tremendous utility for the Sabbath. Oops, lost the image. I have to make sure I do this occasionally. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit Jews from carrying on the Sabbath, like keys in their pockets, things like that, or pushing strollers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often, people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people of a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the Arab, I don't hold with the Arab. It's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an Arab, that makes a neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the Arab, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this. There are two chavrusas, two study partners. They're sitting in yeshiva learning together. And they're learning and studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. We've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. And I have to tell you, I've been hiding something from you, and I think it's time I actually fessed up and told you the truth. And Shimon says, what are you talking about, Ruvain? He says, well, the truth is I'm not Jewish. And Shimon says, well, what are you talking about? You are so careful with your kashrut. You're sitting here learning Talmud and Yeshiva. Your Hebrew skills are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You can pass daven from the Amud. You do all these religious things. The truth is I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, do you want to have a Shabbos meal? So I said, okay, why not? And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. And here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just swept me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, well, you live a completely Jewish lifestyle. I says, well, actually, the truth is I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, being Talmudic law, a non-Jew is actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath in all its details. I violate the Sabbath every week in order to keep, in conformity with Talmudic law. So he says, I don't believe it. He says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath. And he says, yeah, but Ruvain, we have an Eruv. And he says, I don't hold one. I think I need to bulk that one up a little bit. But okay, here we are. Let's go to the material. That's what you came for, not for the jokes. But I did get an email, a comment from someone in, I forgot where it was from, saying we need more jokes. So, okay, so tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very Talmudic topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own Talmudic education. There's no question. He's an overwhelmingly important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. I meant to ask Denise Malcolm, my daughter, who is now doing the film, and Mr. Rodriguez has gone on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter, Denise Malcolm, is going to be filming. Denise Malcolm, in your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? She has. How about Rafaela? You're in the back there. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughters have to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of yeshiva, chances are you'd never hear the name Rashba because he's so deeply associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in women's seminaries. He was a tremendous leader of Spanish Jewry in the heroic 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. And as we'll see, he was not only renowned for his incisive wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived at this time in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends even to the present day, where we still live very much by his teachings. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of these rabbis had names that were made of parts of a longer name. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba, and his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generations known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work through Talmudic law. And the concept behind the grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to the revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah and to divine information and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information than earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later generations. And in Jewish philosophy of time, we break them up into several groups, which is outlined in Pirkei Avot. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's a little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim, the Geonim, the Amoraim, the Tanaim, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generation after the Talmud has been completely written. The previous period, the Geonim, there were certain tractates of the Talmud which were still under production. The Rishonim is the first generation when the Talmud is already canonized, and so they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of these few hundred years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have the Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all of the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in a statue from Cordova, is perhaps the most famous of the Rishonim who were engaging in codes. You also have the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. As I think I mentioned just a couple weeks ago, but I'll repeat it, why not? The Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get to the Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that the Rishonim do, is they try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier passages. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in terms of literature is his activity as a writer of responsa. So the term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsum, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him, he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi. Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him any money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer to the best of his knowledge, but if it turns out that if it's beyond his capability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a more well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi until you have someone who's known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that you can somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he, typically he, becomes the person that people turn to. So Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you will have an absolute agreement on one person. There will always be several, maybe half a dozen, that various groups regard as the Gadol Hador, living at the same time. We did have a generation like that about 40 years ago. There was a widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all movements, but that's very rare and very brief and only episodic in Jewish history. It was the case in the era of the Rashba. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rashba, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may have taken several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses in Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continue to be studied to this day. So it's extremely active. Maybe to put it in kind of a flip way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby. Is that the name of the column? Dear Abby? He's kind of like Dear Abby, except for Jewish law. People really paid attention to what he had to say. And by the way, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, responsa literature is still being created today. It's really quite fascinating to see all kinds of questions, which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. What is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you cook meat in it, and then you want to cook milk in it, you have to kosher it. How do you kosher the inside of a microwave oven? Not the way I did it one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour. Thinking that was the right way to do it. And in fact, I actually broke the glass plate and the metal buckled on the inside. It's history. Okay, so let's go on. His background. He came from a very well-to-do family of money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Aaron of Lincoln, talked about the institution of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success, building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the King of Aragon. But even as a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous resources. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired. By the age of 40, he took the position of the Rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important communities of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is really when the Rothschild becomes the man that he will be renowned for many centuries. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through Talmudic vision. Early on in his, and he was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. To give you just a couple of examples, in one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting the Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching upon his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on in his career this young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how his integrity was sacrosanct to his activity. There was a case brought against a Jew who was accused of informing against the state. And the Rashba did not want to hear the case. The secular state, Aragon, drove him in and said, "We want you to review this case and tell us what you think about what we should do with this Jew." After an exhaustive review, and again, he tried to recuse himself, but the king demanded, so he participated. After an exhaustive review of the evidence, he ruled that the person was in fact a traitor and deserved death. This is a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is considered a very, very difficult, almost impossible thing to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presented, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The ticking time bomb kind of example. So he ruled against the Jew in this case and ordered him to be put to death. The family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rashba's decision to the great Maharam of Rothschild in central Germany. Very important figure we spoke about a few years ago. And the Maharam upheld the ruling of the Rashba, and in fact the Jew was put to death. But we see on the one hand, here he is defending the innocent orphan against tremendous money, wealth arrayed against him, and at the same time we see him standing up for the rights of the state against an individual Jew who was accused of informing on them. He was so well regarded that King Pedro III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities. That the state regarded him as the Gadol Hador, kind of like Lord Sachs in England, that sort of thing, where his moral authority was so great that it penetrated the Jewish boundaries and went well into the non-Jewish world as well. He was regarded as, the Dalai Lama of the time, that everyone regarded him so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and someone who could not be swayed to render unfair judgments. He established a yeshiva and attracted some brilliant minds to him. I should mention, by the way, his background in terms of his education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of the era. One was Rabbi Yonah of Gerona. I think Gerona is pronounced Carona. Is that correct? Carona? Okay, that's good. Actually, it's funny. There's a gas station called Chevron, Chebron, and my youngest son always pronounces it Hebron. It's like Abraham's birthplace, Hebron. There it is. So, anyways, Rabbeinu Yonah is especially known for his glorious book Sharei Tshuva, the Gates of Repentance, which is one of the classics of Jewish literature, which it's called the Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, 20 different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret. And the book is like a tremendously heavy tome of that nature. Very, very good for introspective reading. And at the same time, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was, the older scholar, the last Gadol Hador before the Rashba, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly, one of the acts most famously associated with the Rashba's activity. So he had really tremendous teachers behind him, the Rabbeinu Yonah and the Ramban in particular, and then when he established his yeshiva, he was able to commit these values to a later generation, and a few of his students include the famous Rabbi. Again, if you spend any time in yeshiva, you'll study the works of the Rashba and the Ritva. They seem to go hand in hand altogether, and they really did, because the Ritva was the Rashba student. And also Rabbeinu Bachaya, who wrote a very famous interpretation of the Torah, a commentary on the Torah that is studied to this day. So again, we have to get the whole picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet his wealth gave him his independence to be able to focus solely on Torah. Regarded as a fearless leader of sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in ruling on issues that spread throughout the Jewish world. Again, 3,500 individual pieces of correspondence. If you work that out, his career lasted about 40 years. So let's see, how many is that? 3,500? But 80 or 90 letters a year. That's a huge amount. That's like 2 big letters a week. And these are very learned letters that have tremendous amounts of Talmudic knowledge packed into each one of them. Okay. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. And I'd like to concentrate on 3 main areas in which the Rashba was involved in some very significant disputes, which persist in some way to the present day. As we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, one of the great classics of ancient Jewish literature, any controversy for that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will endure. I mean, if people are arguing really for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, then that controversy is not going to be just solved. If the controversy is solved, it means maybe it wasn't so much toward the side of truth. And so we see that very much so with the Rashba, particularly in his dispute over secular knowledge. So what's going on here now? One of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century, 2 interesting things really, but let's focus on the first one first. Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcated. It was getting more complicated, and there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great synthesis, well, I shouldn't say it like that. Let me back up and change the way I say it a little bit. There were 3 main bodies of thought among the Jews of the 13th century about how to approach Torah. You had the allegorists, many highly rationalistic Jews, many of whom came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that the Torah as a whole must be understood as a massive allegory, kind of like in a Philonic sense, that it's not everything that says in the Torah should be taken exactly as it's written. It's all meant to mean something else. And of course, the danger inherent in that way of thinking is that all of the commandments then become debatable. Well, imagine we debate them anyways. But there's no hard and fast rules. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that, it's forbidden to, let's say, I have to find an easy one. Thou shalt not steal, let's say. So they say, well, I'm not actually stealing if I photocopy this book and then sell it. It's not actually stealing, right? Because I didn't actually take anything away. It was a library book. I put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of this book, right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You can say when it says this kind of word, it really means something else, and so on. And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning. Then there was a group on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic, who were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory, and reading everything meaning something totally divorced from the simple text it says. And then finally, you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to, distance themselves from both extremes. And the Rashba found himself in the middle of the dispute over this, and especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What exactly what is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So, as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in the Jewish curriculum. It should be, lots of study of physics and of astronomy and so on. Jews should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all, because all of this stuff, this is Chochmas HaGoyim, non-Jewish wisdom. It is mitameh, it defiles the Jewish soul. Jews should just stick to the 4 cubits of the Talmud alone and not study any of this secular wisdom. And the moderate camp in the middle was really, there are arguments to be said for both in some ways, because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers with multiple gods and things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the two extremes here? Now, if I can jump ahead to the 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools even today. How much Torah belongs in a Jewish school system? Do you have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies devoted to the Torah, and then you squeeze in the secular subjects later in the day? That's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you can only employ them for a few hours a day. Or do you say, no, we'll mix up Torah here and secular studies there, and you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free at the end of the day, then you learn a little bit of Chumash. Do we say that the balance should be 50-50, that if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 hours is secular and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit, so let's have 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. And so the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly do we hold this? What ended up happening is the Rashba was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set down a rule. In the so-called Compromise of 1305, he made a ruling which was basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said, nobody is allowed to study philosophy until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier? No way. It's too dangerous. There are too many crazy ideas. There's too much, narishkeit in there. So young people who want to study philosophy, you've got to wait till you're 25. Presumably, by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later feed into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until you were 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. So certain hard sciences, as we would call them today, that did not have any potentially ideologically risky components were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study that. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, Questions or arguments at this point? Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also, slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So, astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until 25. You have to be 25 to get it done. But a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes because it was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting sort of political dimension to this as well because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of rounding out France as a whole here, was that is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do? That's not okay. And so, the Rothschild was living in a time where these kinds of political disputes spilled over into religious ones. That the Rothschild's ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Rishonic proverb, Ein simcha keheter haspekot. There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when we don't know what's going to be, yes, no, is it going to work, not going to work? Once you know, that's a special kind of simcha. And so the Rothschild, he resolved the doubt, and he had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do, and everyone agrees to it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these debates in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rothschild teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, the judges, who were all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater, but the king gave Nachmanides a huge amount of money and said, you better get out of the country because you're in trouble now for the very strong performance that you showed. And Nachmanides was banished. He ended up in Israel. These disputations proved to be very, very popular, and the Rashba was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to, and particularly in writing. He wrote tracts that criticized books like the Pugio Fide, the Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martini, a very important church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Hazm, who was a Muslim thinker who had written criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against its detractors from without. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize. He is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Achino, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew-English translation. We happen to have several copies in my house because it's a very popular bar mitzvah gift. It is actually the first. It itself was a bar mitzvah gift. It's a rather amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aaron of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah, it is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parshiot of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. I mean, God says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Chinuch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating book. At any rate, Aaron criticized the Torah Tabayit. He wrote a book called Bedek Habayit, which means examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in a third person, meaning as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rashba. We find out from a later responsa that the Rashba was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayit, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and then guarding of the house, all in one kind of like triad of works that deal with it. So he was involved in, defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So when we take all of his works as a whole, we can see that the Rashba has a phenomenal legacy. This, by the way, is the 5-volume set of his commentary on the Talmud alone, separate from the responsive literature and so on. The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting the Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides literary is his compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish wisdom into the Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always. Next week, we're going to speak about Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, another scholar who was especially involved in translating Arabic wisdom into European languages, and one of the principal reasons why Jews made such a phenomenal contribution to world culture. Thank you for your attention.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Uriel da Costa, also known as Uriel Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marano, so-called Marano, or a converso, a crypto-Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marrano identity and the perils of living in that kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Royal da Costa is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we note at the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off the derech, sort of like an internal observant catchphrase for meaning Jews who were observant and then chose to not become or no longer remain observant. In Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'elah, just like there are those who are choser l'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, we see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. And I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides. But basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century and into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism towards religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They do not have the same coercive powers. That has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect, we might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And the Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full-flowered in the French Revolution, and that, of course, will be things that we'll discuss in February and March, God willing. Okay, one last. So anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe. for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself, as it were, as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all they're cracked up to be, was quite difficult. The parallels are eerie. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, in Jewish law, of the tinok shenishbo, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? Charlton Heston, Moses is on the Mount and he gets the Ten Commandments and he tells the Jews these are the things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children? For example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period, that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves, living in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, you mean I'm not allowed to eat that? You mean I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday? What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they're perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability, of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, mushrash. It was not rooted in their personalities because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of tinokos shenishbu, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. And for those of you who were not here last week when we spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition, you'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was justifiably a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generation, of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again, correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families. Putting it in terms of the time frame, you'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only in a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a frum Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were in fact Christians. It's most anusim did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they were too young, the parents were afraid that childhood banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish? When all this time you thought you were Irish or something? Must be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto Jew, as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers, and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the 3rd time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after 2 earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know there are tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted, meaning these are people who practice as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and with his cousins, and in fact they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse. We talk about a horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. What do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you will recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches under the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising your child. That was obvious. But it would be even something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely, inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books? You no longer have any rabbis. You don't have any, anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish. How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed, a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the Book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire Book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting psalms because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can tell you a short, funny story. This is such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and we have this huge tararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself robed to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor. And I'd say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. I said, oh yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and they'll do it. So they call me my name up, and I walk up there. I stand a little lower. I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, "Mazel tov." So we have to imagine young Uriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. And he gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish or what he's going to do about his Judaism. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth, The History of the Marranos, first published in the 1930s. And the main thing is I have to find the actual page. I was going to read it to you. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. So this is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe. And the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read The Trial, it's very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure. Because the waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is a translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, oh, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, Signores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, "Loosen me a little that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth." Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, "Loosen me and I will tell the truth. I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. I did it. They hurt me, Senor. Loosen me and I will tell it." She was told to tell it and said, "I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Hold my arms. Release me and I will tell it." She was asked to tell what she did and said, "I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to." She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me, loosen me. Take me from here and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it." She was told to speak and said, "I did not eat it. I don't know why." Another turn was ordered. She said, "Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me and I will tell it." She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, "Take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They heard me, oh my arms," which repeated many times and went on, "I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are breaking my arms, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me." This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that is unprecedented on human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist qua Jews and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself, and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg in Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not leave alone. I just have to find one more document. It's hard to do this with one hand. Here we go. This is the document I'm looking for here. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. This is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. Most common one is known as cherem. You also have Shamta, Arur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute and the two parties agree to go to a Beit Din, a rabbinic court. The rabbinic court finds in favor of Ruvain. Shimon, however, refuses to pay what the court tells him he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in a form of cherem. If you read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers and you look in the back, you'll often find these legal notices that says so-and-so is placed under a ban. There's a serial with various terminologies used for them. And let us understand this within the context on the kind of punishments. They can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to be honored in a synagogue, to no one's allowed to do business with him or speak with him or stand within 6 feet of him, 4 amot of him. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and the discretion of the court. Perhaps the most famous excommunicatee, is that a word? Cheremi, victim of a cherem, is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who has a very significant connection to Acosta that I'll explore a little later. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. So let me read this paragraph to you, and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Ma'amad, this is referring to the village elders here, the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinoza, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways, but having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinoza, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing, or show him any favor, or stay with him under the same roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the Kulturkampf of ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, would later challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal, who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they had endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you know, you really don't have to do all this Shabbat stuff. And, you know, like what my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, you know, soaked it with salt. She just washed it, and that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat, and the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was to just be super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. That's my father all of a sudden always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg. He went back to Amsterdam. Large Jewish population there. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of Rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against Rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, you know, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were, very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta, in my humble opinion. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derech. So the Karaites, I mean, I've read just about everything he written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he was even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities toward in the east, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, you know, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. It was, you know, no Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So it's, quote unquote, that he will come an ape among apes, meaning I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because this is, I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to be reaccepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution, that the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to communal will. You will recall at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I told a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband would refuse to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days, right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprisingly. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they did not do me honor, for if they scourged me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they did give him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating ritual. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again, and they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after being ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrines? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher, and I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. For the 16th century, to hear someone expressed in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta, explaining his own behavior. It's hard to believe it actually happened this way, but they say that's it. 3 excommunications, that's it. You are totally out at this point. He ends up being ritually humiliated yet again. And so he goes home and he sits down at a table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin and misses. And then he takes another revolver, and I imagine these are like single-shot muskets, and he ends his own life. So that's the sad story, the arc of the life of this Uriel da Costa's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual who is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then he sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is in an entirely different part of the ocean, and he simply can't swim to those far shores, and in the end, he ends up taking his own life. His legacy is remarkably important, even with the fairly clear strain of mental illness that permeates his writings. He is one of these early thinkers of the modern period. This is really quite early. We won't have people like Voltaire openly criticizing religion for a couple hundred years yet, but he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, and especially in print. His thought would have a signal impact on another Amsterdam Jew, Baruch Spinoza. And in this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, they never met, it's showing Acosta here holding on to the young Spinoza on his lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connection between the two of them. The work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You can see that, Spinoza, the child, looks very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seemed to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him, and he lived his life normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual. Look at how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's gaunt, and he's sort of brooding, and his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed in much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon, that even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of a Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to the concepts of Judaism as practiced by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment on a religious sense, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child that is ultimately not culpable for the damage he did to himself, and perhaps even to the damage he did to future Jewish thought. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Uriel da Costa. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. Please applaud now, because it sounds good on the table. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Avenue J.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. Got a great lecture tonight. Doña Gracia Nasi, fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported histories of So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that make such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many Sephardim as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite tremendous, really legal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady. And we'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation, but we do have a sense of what she might have looked like from a slide that I'll show you at the very end. But nevertheless, her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. Here we go. We'll be relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography, and the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks, who wrote a fascinating account called The Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote his book. So we're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in inquisitorial Portugal and later on through Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian while secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatrice de Luna Niquez. Beatrice is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take both their mother's and their father's names, and it probably alludes to the family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Niquez is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the often mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew, now converted to a Christian, would take on the name of their sponsor, a kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name De Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Niquez is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Niquez. So he enjoyed calling himself Niquez as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term originally, which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Hannah. This is, to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name, and I have what I like to call my slave name, right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American, not too successfully, I think, But this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel, these begin with the same letter, but in Spanish you can have completely wildly different names. At any rate, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Hannah. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, is a very common characteristic of converso families, is that they are highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso families. In other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity, meaning marrying someone too close to you in relations. His name was Mendez, also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname that is used by many Sephardic Jews today. I actually know some Benvenistas who claim descent from the house of Nasi all the way to the present day in South Florida. So the bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda HaNasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Gracia Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it's so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto Jew, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto Jew when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here, this little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who is condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true, I love bagels and lox, and I eat them every Saturday morning, whatever, things like that. And as a result, he is, he's going through the flames, but with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says, a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. You can see he's quite a bit sadder because he feels it's tremendously unjust. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to meet a horrible fate. We'd like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 18th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai and Shaprut, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrela, scholars like Maimonides, is true, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America, Lahavdil. Spain was a tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, even if they, and maybe they haven't even gotten over it until today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how could Spain fall and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period. So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left a little earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where our heroine is born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. An incredible amount of achievements. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raged through Cordoba. This is the Alhambra Mosque. The Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews, but is perhaps one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordoba. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland both geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like it had the zeal of a convert, if I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic Jewish convert to Catholicism named Pablo de Cristiani. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of this period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the rituals humiliation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change, that they'll have a new king or things like that, and things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain, and so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who is reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community, or in the new Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, form of waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one was involved in extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of names. They would say anything under torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the new Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, excuse me, I keep on making that mistake, they would be brought before a public tribunal. Here you can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had association with the later witches' hats and the dunce caps, where they would be, forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refused to recant, then they would simply be thrown alive into the fire, which is of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate, it's directed primarily at these new Christians, and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I go on. I'm just going to move away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Morano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an Old Spanish word meaning pig. And this was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and then were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have a dog returning to its vomit. So the term Morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso. These are Jews who had converted, or crypto-Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose a person to a charge of Judaizing. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from group standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind of fried sausage or fried and breaded sausage, but replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with partridge meat or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaizing. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large and frequent gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point a finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce these Jews. The property of convicted Judaizers was confiscated and distributed to the church, and invariably rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing, which is just like in the Stalinist example, it made it grow larger and larger. So this was essentially the condition of Jews in Spain specifically for much of the 15th century. It ended horribly in 1492 with this document, which of course is the Decree of Expulsion, that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up and within a few months' time leave the country of Spain, where they had resided for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so let's go on. Now, Portugal is a little different. Portugal, you know, is the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Lisbon for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King, now I wish I had written this down, there's a king, there's several of them actually in Spain, who's often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled Jaoao, right? And my daughter, who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? Jao. She thought it was like wow. Could you imagine naming your son wow? I mean, so she actually said Jao. So anyways, I think I'm going to go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese king we're going to talk about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank? No, Manuel. So King João died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was a younger man who needed a bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the King of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the King of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all the Jewish peasants in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region because, after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But that way he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. And then a small number, he could simply expel them and he would win the favor of Isabella. And this is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible cruelty, however, he began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them to ship them off to the little island of Sao Tome. You can see over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were at this time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There it is. The 700 children who were sent there disappeared. It's assumed that the vast majority of them died. And according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually have lizards that big there. Could be a fanciful.
That's a Komodo dragon, which lives in the Komodo Islands.
It's actually, I looked at Komodo dragons, but this is a monitor lizard.
They're related.
Oh, they're related. Okay, neither of them are Portuguese though. But at any rate, I wanted a picture of a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor of biology in the room. But at any rate, it's a sad story. 700 children taken to Sao Tome and then killed. The rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity, and as a result, Portugal now acquired a large converso population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely a political ploy with economic overtures, and so he signed into the conversion agreements that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, he said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, unhappy as they were, and it was definitely brutal and they were exposed to torture, nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less, under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain in the Inquisition there. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time, so there was no interference of the church demanding that they conform to Christian norms. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that Dona Gracia was born, probably in the year 1510. That is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier, and she came from a very wealthy family. The Mendez family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was really opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards India, and so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the old overland route for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering it at a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendez family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving their payment after the ships came in, so to speak, making the Mendez extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the king. Like many converso families, she married within the larger converso community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Arthur Zick, that shows Francisco here as somewhat younger than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in his early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy marriage together that produced one child named Ana. Now, the problem is that the converso wealth that they had was both a promise. It gave them tremendous power at all times because they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely philanthropic and also quite involved in the realpolitik of offering bribes to make sure that the converso community may remain safe. But at the same time, their great wealth made them a target. And so they were constantly under attack by people who wish to point out their obvious failures to conform to Christian practice in the hopes that their wealth would be confiscated. And so one of the many things that Gracia and her husband, and later Gracia alone, had to do over and over again was constantly pay off bribes to ecclesiastic and temporal officials to gain exemptions and protections from the depredations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind of interesting thing that Arthur Zick put into this picture. You can see she's holding a scroll here, and when you look closely at the scroll, Anyone want to guess what it says there? Famous verse? Right. Beautiful passage from Book of Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my tongue cleave to my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. Her proto-Zionism, very prominent. In fact, she would be a major figure in establishing a Jewish presence in Israel later on in her life. Yes, Mr. Kuhlman. Oh yeah, look at this little Jewish star. This is quite anachronistic. The Jews weren't using this as a symbol for Judaism back then, but nevertheless, really cool. Okay, so let's go on. They spent many years. She was married at age 18. She was widowed at age 25, making her the heir to a tremendous. Is that me? That's my microphone, right? She was heir to tremendous fortune. Maybe if I hold it further away, is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widowed at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother named Diogo who was living at this point in Antwerp, and in fact, she would join him later, and she would later inherit him as well. It was a whole family saga here that I'll share some details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood was really one of the few ways that women could exert power in the world. Certainly on a small scale, but when you're dealing with a woman like Gracia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens and incredibly powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her her independence and her might, her ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and perhaps even some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And, the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, they still had like a Jewish quarter, a kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call in Boca Raton a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, in another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's a kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Lisbon was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She is allowed to travel, But on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always the worry that she would not come back. And that is, in fact, what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Moranos, for conversos who wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life, her younger sister, Brianda, and Brianda, who would later marry Diogo, would eventually have a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact, this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story, because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active, and she most likely it is in Ferrara where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, or Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands, and were laughing out loud in print and in all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara, in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo, and there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nasi, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she would be a much better steward of that wealth than his wife, as we shall see, for good reason. So when she was in Ferrara, she was up until this point, they'd been extremely generous in fundraising and in producing resources for Jews who are fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular, from various persecutions and depredations at the hand of the church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her money a little differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Huske, a famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and a philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish, into Ladino. And there's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible, the title page of the Bible. Anyone have any thoughts why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit, really, of the age, with Luther publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in, schooled in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about, like, the experience of the Jews as a whole? Can you imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, you know, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing? You know, I like the wind over here in the corner, and it's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself. Okay, well, let's go on. I find that fascinating. We'll talk about it more another time. Now, at this point, family conflict. So let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up until this point, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, as the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the schlepping around and the secret converso culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian. And all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Are you actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul, of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all of the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger sister, Brianda, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister, truthfully, her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed, and so on. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life. As you can imagine, this human conflict had reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear that there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianda's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials, trying to hold back a formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which is a rather amazing feat. It just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Ditrani, for example, and you have none other than Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point. And ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendez. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things for the Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond what we're going to discuss here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well, who would the younger child marry? Who would Beatrice La Chica end up marrying? And at this point, I've kind of omitted discussion of the role of kings here, but there are tremendous involvement of kings and queens all having designs on the money of the House of Nasi. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off La Chica to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasi family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when was finally forced to answer up front what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nesi said intemperately, rather see my niece drowned than married to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul. And at this point, Gracia Nasi had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly, actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There was an Italian city with a port called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new pope, Paul IV. And there was a very large converso community. These are, again, remember, what are we talking about here? We would have in Ancona, we had the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who had lived there since time immemorial, who were not forced to convert to Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community largely made up of Portuguese Jews who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living it pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. They could not, declare themselves openly to be Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you had these three distinct populations in Ancona, as you did in many centers where Jews settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to, take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of contact with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also, rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade, and refusing to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. There was not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were living very, distinct communities, even though they had quite a bit of relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. And so despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together Judaism, Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberia, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Tzfat nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says in Hebrew, Grazia Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we can get a sense of how how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nasi, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of an indomitable will in which she's confronted with these very difficult challenges, the challenges of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And throughout it all, she maintains a very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allows her burning love for Judaism to remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she is outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew does she ultimately reveal her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the land of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. I want to thank you very much for your intention and your endurance tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come back to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish and Portuguese experience. Thank you.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are on the Syria today. I'm studying who the main threats, U.S. Communist China. Yeah, financial interest. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important block. They're very, but yeah, absolutely.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. You may notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving things around on this campus, and I'm in a different office altogether. Not entirely sure how much I like it. I got a window and that's strange. They switched behind me, but you'll do. So today's topic is going to be what I like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify three specific aspects of Jewish history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight through them. Those three features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of things, are, first of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward, and so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately because we're living in the same kind of period now with the influence of the internet. And we wouldn't be watching this if it were not for the fact that the disruptive technology that the internet represents. And what does that mean for our society? It's changing dramatically, even as we sit. Well, it just changed. Well, that's so strange. I don't know why. I enjoy talking myself. But let's keep going. Okay, and third, more traditionally, the influence of the phenomenal Tzfat circle or Safed circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself just released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that figure. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? two major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and then later Portuguese expulsions that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the way Jews thought of themselves and their world. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazic Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th century. If you look at this map here, this is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than general populations. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion can spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why did this horrible plague come upon us. Unfortunately, Jews constitute a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quickly because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back. And there's all kinds of nationalities there because the Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers, and then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, "We just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home." So, you know what can they do? They just pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says, "We just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. We will have less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians leave the line and go home." So what can they do? All these other often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as high status, they have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, there's only pure Soviet citizens there, really devoted, followers of Stalin and everything. They're standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, "We've just learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews. It often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews in medieval economy to get some sense. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the red line, which I've added to the map here, shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed the Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the societies and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to do is think about, in the 15th century, how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation. Much like we in the later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe. The Jews of the 15th century were really trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and hateful end with the expulsions at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading to the west, not to the east. It's not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, and eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being more liberal climates where Jews could practice their faith with less fear of molestation. So that's one really important about the demographics, is that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget. Of course, there were crypto Jews, Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes called Marranos, which is inherently a derogatory term. And their history is also fascinating, but not necessarily for our topic today. So the second major element of the shifting demographic is what you can see there in the blue line on the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Baltics. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews, if they moved towards the east, to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. I'm not sure which one. There would be middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shifting demographics means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written texts and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them with great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and would generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. Anyways, getting off topic. The Jews seized on this technology fairly early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page for the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated, multiple colors. much like a manuscript would have been illuminated. And they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text, and later they would, of course, abandon it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion. And it rapidly, essentially, put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. It becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it, and or at least large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people, all of a sudden it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the present day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfas. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industries and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating in there. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Tzfat. And what seemed to happen there in the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chad Odi prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, and he's active in the Beit Din there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until it was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said we could reinstitute it right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually not in this picture. Sorry, actually, I put it to you. the Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak, his student, is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of like made a system out of them that you can actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should reinstitute Smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make a few sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world is changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heydays a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well, well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic, a Germanic language, becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their vernacular. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alters the Jewish world phenomenally. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete, and that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's state geschrieben. It's written right here what you have to do and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make Kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer, sanctifying the Sabbath, and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machloket, we have a controversy because, we've lost the sense of these sizes, something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zayda used to have a much bigger cup. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text. That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote in a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mappa, or the tablecloth. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserles, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, then even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism in some ways, halachically, becomes like much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, that's another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change ultimately. I'll give you another example. Chevra Kadishas. So in America, there's one base, and I've served the privilege, it's a sad privilege, but I've had the sad privilege of serving on many different Kever Kadishas as I moved around with my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Kever Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like used to say a person can't print something that's against Torah. Oh my gosh, chas v'shalom. All of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or in manuscript I should say, with printing all of a sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that suddenly becomes circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the Tzfat Circle, this amazing nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student Reb Chaim Vital popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result, and therefore is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. And I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting things together. But so for those of you who were here over Shabbos, we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's own son, Avrami, was bar mitzvahed, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed and not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best balabatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his, most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the Rav is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walk out of shul during the drasha. He was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They daven Marav, and then afterwards he goes up to him and he says, "Listen, Shlomi, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." And Shlomi says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And the rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" And he said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay, I think Avrami said that one better than me. But anyway, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights. They have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of Lecha Dodi from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of them for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it. And it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that, algebra, I think that's where it comes from. And little factoid from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later, so it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it was nothing like the Holocaust. Well, maybe the suddenness, perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two out of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand showed here, decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later, there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Dona Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way. And the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatzak, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of these brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist. And in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap. And he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatzak that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, The Jews slept in, so you had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who had come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular use. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this, an all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that on the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on, and it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramak, who is a person who's very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister, Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Safed, is it in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way, and it does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. Good. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the kto kogo, the who benefits, what is it? That's in Latin, they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kto kogo, who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can usually figure out what's going on. So if we look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Sfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving. They're looking to invest. They're looking to settle down somewhere. They need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Sfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question?
What was the potential? Spots high up on the mountain. How did they get to not a crossroads?
Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right? Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Sfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, it's lush, it has lands for growth, it has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there. People sit up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? There's no water there. It's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place, and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. And Sfat just boomed for about 80 years. And they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry you've been waiting.
I was wondering, was this area impacted by
Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point, and we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay, yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast, so even those arrivals by sea would not have affected Sfat, and it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yeah. Yes.
During the Inquisition, was people allowed to take out their money as well?
No, but there's rules, and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Abravano family found ways to, some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Sfat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if I can we zoom this back a little bit? Because you can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, Danita, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera, right? Okay, thank you. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered a Kabbalist color. Here is the Ramak who is one of the greatest disciples of the Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. And way up here, you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Tzvat, and he had many, many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they are their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point. You'll correct me, Danit? I think so. And Tzvat had already had such tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his father. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him and do these. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think as the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's saying like going to concentration camps. Well, can you imagine such a thing? It was extreme, bizarre, and strange, but what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forests surrounding Tzfat, in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around following rivers and climbing over ridges until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way? She says, I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there are no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. Then she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. She says, I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me, all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. I really shouldn't tell those jokes, they get me in trouble. But it's Pesach already, yeah. Okay, thank you, Judas, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyways, so he would do these kinds of things, and he'd have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, there's a little sign here that says, you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well, the prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So there's a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would like literally line the graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovim on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English siddur? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Who are the earliest Kvarim? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated.
I wanted to say something.
Sure.
With reference to Tisha B'Av. 9/11, according to the Hebrew dates, read it backwards and it's Tisha B'Av.
11/9? How is 11/9? 11/9. So Av is 11th, and the 9th, the month of Av. That's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11/9 in the European count is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around them. But the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Lecha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Lecha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary. And then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not their entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical language, it basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age. And then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath. And another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of L'cha Dodi, the custom is, universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. And kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence let us welcome. Right? The come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And in another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one, for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the cholent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh b'machashava techila, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the king, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse. That's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed, be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be saddened, because you will have your renewal, you'll be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and you shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Peretz, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that, even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for Lecha Dodi, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed, and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall. Enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte. Even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these Lecha Dodis are sung. If you may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlebach, a unique sort of soulful tune. I'll put the microphone up. That's the chorus. Of course, in an Orthodox synagogue, there would be no musical accompaniment. But during the week, okay, let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis over the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for any long periods of time. I'm at that stage in my morning, because it's last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. I mean, very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long. It was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there, and the Chazan would sing L'cha Dodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There was like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat. Most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or, with various other secular activities of mind, no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to L'cha Dodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to celebrate the birthday of Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, a very important individual who was one of the first people to teach deaf mutes how to communicate. A crypto Jew from Portugal who made a signal achievement and contribution to the lifestyle quality of disabled people everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Jacob Rodriguez Pereira was born in Portugal in 1750. His family were crypto Jews, that is, they were secretly Jewish but practicing as Christians. In fact, he was baptized as a child. Out of fear of the Portuguese Inquisition, the family practiced their Judaism in secret. Sometimes these people are known as Marranos, which is a derogatory term. Crypto Jews is a preferred term. When his father died, when Pereira was 6 years old, his mother took the family to Bordeaux, France, where they opened sister was deaf. And through using various hand signs, he adapted a manual language for the deaf, which was in many ways a huge innovation over earlier methods that have been developed over the past couple of centuries. And he eventually got her to speak, at least to communicate. At this point, his methods were recognized by a wealthy French family who hired him to teach their son how to communicate. And he developed his methods to such a degree that he eventually was named to the Royal Society of London in 1759 after having been recognized by King Louis XV for his contributions to deaf people, deaf youths in France. He went on to develop this method significantly, but in fact that was only one of his many talents. He was known as a pioneer of early computing skills, and he in fact invented a machine that was an early 18th century precursor of modern computing devices. And he was very active in the financial world as well, in fact even advising the French government on how to reduce their deficit. He later went on to champion various French causes and ultimately won their acceptance in Bordeaux with the official right to reside in that state. Years later, he was recognized primarily, however, for his work with deaf youths, and this is a coin that was minted in Portugal in 1981, which was the International Year of the Disabled Person, honoring his achievements on behalf of deaf youths everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you to Zach DeWeiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul." And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul." He says, "Okay." "I'm not going to shul." And Mom says, "But Benjamin, what's the matter?" He says, "I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul." And she says, "Listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi." Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Okay. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him. It gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. You know, what exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, b'toch hamachane, you know, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of, you know, his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trop. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trop, when you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these things and get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is like a personal video. It's an Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. You know me. You know, White's brothers. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is the marathon?
Yes.
26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss, at least in brief tonight, that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event, with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation. And as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics. And as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations. And the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And Les Chinois, right? My Chinese friend, Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto. And there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism. And the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that not so well in the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience in various realms of either money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember these.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Sure.
It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there. And thanks. Steve says, Baruch Hashem. Okay. All right. No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Portuguese Jews surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, Vos Tutsach, what are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think. Really, it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God, but he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in den Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying in German. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian? Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. Right? Because as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which were circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity. And that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him? He was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but you're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment, but it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos of him. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please.
With reference to the community, the Jews that community we said we're Orthodox. Because there was no such thing as either you are or you're not.
Right.
They were Orthodox. According to our religion, we're not allowed to curse.
That's a good question. Okay. Excommunicate, yeah.
But you cannot curse.
Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here. So I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
So if you were supposed to recite Muhammad during the non-Jewish, how did his teachers go such a
Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you'd have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, Taka, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you were in. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed.
Rabbi, first of all, what did you say? Talking about the
Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept, the
first one to jump into that.
yeah.
It's a purpose.
Yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. You know, she was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's. Yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Nadler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Löwe's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble, and once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then, we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, but they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent. An interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know. You want to object to that?
Yeah. That if a girl wants to marry a boy or a man wants to marry a girl, and they don't have their parents' permission, they can marry anyone.
So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You can look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying, if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device, to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I can understand nobody stands within 6 feet of him because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Elisa, no more questions now. Ask me about that later. Okay. But it seems that it's just, and it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, but you can have it all. The only thing I want is, he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who has really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. Nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tovim, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders?
No.
Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, it was I-95. They're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95. Cars going 75 miles an hour. And we saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road, there's a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism. The metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor the lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous. Okay. Thank you anonymously. Let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah. So anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate. And it gives you an option to make a pledge. And we're very grateful for the support for the Shiur and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation, I should say Eloki just to be Yotze Koladeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He is also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory, Zal, like Zichrona Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. and Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah, to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, young Israel. Before we build the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly a time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things off a machine, and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful if you had to, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had, in Europe, developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example. One would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant, and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that, some of you are here, and I have one or two people who watch in California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world, and one of the very few peoples who could easily traverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews, because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where, Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail. But basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in taxing. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young, We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother, Mordecai, was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of Sephardi in France today, but at that time, were most of the people living in France who were Jews, were they Ashkenazi?
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. And we're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they've really diverged significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Baalei Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham or Ben Sira? Ben Ezra, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got his, this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that it gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, and tremendous trove. And through poring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzchak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents and bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He has some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of an interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts and made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Toras Nigle, the revealed Torah, and Toras Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah's Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this mystical, this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was the subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old. And there are several other qualifications. They should be married. They should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzchak Luria himself, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah's Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Batei Din and courts of law and things like that, that indicate his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agree to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Lutzato, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on the commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzis when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again? Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, I better get ready. Okay.
Had a secret fellowship to be what's the point of that? Isn't it kind of Jewish?
Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside privately and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you are a great person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Piaseczny Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that, you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people who will walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. And then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is charismatic, or characteristic, of Luria. But let's go on to the Torah Nigla now. So, the last thing he did, the Rabbi, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rauda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together. He's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh in one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, was the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. Someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Rabbi, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time in Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak, now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher, because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Tzfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. L'kabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tana Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. I mean, you can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. I mean, it's perfect for New Age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok L'Yisrael. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the band? He says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happens, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 Sfirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to on one level is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these sfirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter, Bina, Chochmah, through all of these sfirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror, reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to receive it. That's essentially what the sfirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until you get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the sfirot do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the human soul. They can be manipulated. They are interrelated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the Palm Tree of Dvorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself as a word to the world through these 10 spheros, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those spherot. We should imitate each one of those chokmah, bina, dat, those various spherot, well, not dat in his Kordeverin Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when, we are supposed to evince gevura, power. Like, let's say, for example, we're attacked. Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself. So it means it has to, energize the sphere of gevura. By acting appropriately with gevura, we then, as it were, excite the sphere of gevura, and God sends more of that power down in the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these sphirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says that's a terrible thing to do because you're using gevura inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for gevura. And you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But let's go on. This is a kind of a cool cover, right? That's like a baby palm tree. Okay. So the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu v'Elu divrei Elokim Chaim. These and these are the world of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Magid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Magid told him to write down. So they were definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lecha Dodi ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath plane, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of spot, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a spot pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Reb Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic disciplined leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they've kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10 Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe, he, as it were, looked into the Torah as his blueprint, and he created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessel. So you pour really super hot oil, represents, as it were, the light of God, into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, because otherwise you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur, in Lurianic thought, means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Kordever and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something, because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called Yichudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. The one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-science of gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class. But I don't even make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though, in many ways. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, I know what happened at his home yesterday, and so on, all related to this grand scheme of the tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave, and the tradition of Tzfat, the graves of tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it is a noted pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices tikkun olam we mentioned earlier. It's a very important concept for many in the liberal communities, that it really trace themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in a space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel its reverberations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again. Okay.
One day my friend took athletic greens and he died. He put athletic greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't athletic greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. But I bet it was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? And there was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, I can't believe it. It's athletic greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little bit more time to relax, and I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Zach Weiser, who sent me 4 really useful jokes last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I'm so sorry. I need to do something. I have to confess. I didn't wash Natilas Yadayim before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, you didn't? Why didn't you? He said, well, Rabbi, the truth is, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? And he said, well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. He said, you were a non-Jewish restaurant. What were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, on Yom Kippur, I should go to a So, that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Greta Hermes, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the costs of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abramson, who greets you at the door and prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They say, go Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoy the videos. So thank you very much. The shul appreciates it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Reubeni, also known as Ha-Reubeni. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Reuven, the biblical tribe of Reuven, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors, and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuven, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he's like a comet on the European political scene about 10 years until his untimely demise. But he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arab nations, for reasons that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than, be expelled in the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Reubeni. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we will leave with a lot more questions and answers as usual. So, our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Reubeni from non-Jewish sources. Many, centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the most important document that gives us information about David Reubeni is his diary, which he composed and then would actually, have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see where he struck things out and rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, you have to have a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892, and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time a summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America, where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottom boats and you go on the Churchwell River and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of hunting with a lovely lady sitting next to you. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now as she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more picture of her also in Oxford there. So sweet. Right? I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both of them. I can't help it. The first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. I said, why do I have to take this oath? She said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold, and the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgil and Aeneas, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business. It's called nidre. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder. It was about this thick. And it had like all these the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to it. And I said, could you show me Hebrew, please? And she flipped over to Hebrew, and there it was in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the books. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to the books in the library. Perfect. So I could read it, I got access, and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to David Rubin, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing body of water or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. It turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could toilet where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walked down to where the punts were released, like we lent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm toiling in the water, and there are all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay. Let's go back to our regular scheduled channel. Those are just two fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be there. So, David Roubaix, he first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Romania as to where exactly that was, but he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on his travelogue are garbled. They're, it's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was, but the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery, and in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark skinned. He was possibly, what the technical term or the politically correct term is, a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew, and that's based again on paleographic evidence and internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic ticks, like for example the phrase which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek hadat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to lead. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is Kihakas Misalek Hadas. Right, then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew to convert to Christianity, duress, social pressure, and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit, fonts in Oxford. And also, this is not today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave, the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, what they went through. So he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her into Judaism, And in his description, he described what they did to her with the cutting of her hair and the trimming of her face, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, indicated that he came from that specific in Israel. We don't know, it's lost, and it wasn't telling us, guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 50. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, well, I'll just have to. I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, swarthy person. It's the screen. It's because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion. And he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the east. And he claimed to now why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, Lisa knows, but we'll ask an audience member, please. Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Yeah. Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that, I've used that joke too many times now. But they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuveni, he took the name Reuveni, meaning from Reuben, to say that, yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing, and he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these 2 countries, the Holy Roman Empire, as historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but I actually meant 3 things, if you were paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah, over here. And the idea was that he had somehow, with all these ships, attacked Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they've established a lot of Piedmont, a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast. and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Rubeni wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time. So it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it? It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this other order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is four things. I forgot it and I recalled it. The other thing is he claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces that work, tectonic forces really, that are pulling at each other. And Rubeni is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the fourth request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal went through an even more brutal inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. So just to take a moment to think about that as well, the great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the two Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. I just want to mention that. So the joke goes like this. Okay, so two Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. So one of the Jews says to the other, I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in, I'll say what I have to say, I'll get $500. The other guy says, are you crazy? Don't listen, I need $500. So he goes in. Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, he comes out an hour later, and his friend says, and so,
did you get the $500? He says, what is it with you people? Yes, question, please.
I was going to say, the line from Hilberg actually says that the history of Jews in Europe can be divided into three stages. You may not live among us as Jews, forced conversions. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization. You may not live.
And you know, it's very powerful.
So those are the three stages.
He is a doyen of Holocaust history. Yes, well, follow-up question. Okay.
I do want to say that it was my understanding that actually the Inquisition began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is Professor Netanyahu's work with Raphael, and that's what he seems to feel is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because these conversos were now able to function in business and to be quite successful.
Correct.
And so they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economics, and that the Jews originally were on board with this.
I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish, you do not, try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, then you are technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You are not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right. There's the Converso community, sometimes called Morano community. They were highly endogamous, marrying within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision, more than $500. Let's go back to David Rabbi. So it's the context is one generation after the expulsions, and here he is. It's like 1523. He's going back to Portugal 25 years after. If we want to, we're thinking about the Holocaust. Imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the King of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Rovani opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon, which would result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So, strictly speaking, Rovani, if this theory is true, Rovani was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this, massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intention to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jerusalem at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state, and they see him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of the Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Rovani riding on a white horse. And we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravanel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Rovani was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he would carry with him when he went in to see the King of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background. He was born in 1500, so that would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Reuveni that he strove to be his follower and begged Reuveni to take him along with him. Reuveni initially refused. He doesn't take followers. But when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Reuveni realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuveni was introducing him to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Pires was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact material. This is his signature. So that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Pires, who took the name Shlomo, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, if you can imagine Pires, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew and following following Reuveni, the king said, "Shun genug," or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuveni banished from Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very old picture. He's shipwrecked. My daughter Elisa is looking like, what? What's so funny? Because you have to be at least 40 to appreciate this. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere on the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont, a mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon and I forget where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it's about 2 years where he was somehow, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and had to try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, he's been around now for 15 years. The Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that Reuveni is as, he's not the real deal, so to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he is bringing with him, letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries, he tried to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Molko had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law into place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well, and that proved to be disastrous for Shlomo Molko. Reubeni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Molko was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian church through baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Reubeni, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, we have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Reubeni, of David Reubeni. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities at this time. You'll recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzfat Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Tzfat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgic or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Reubeni had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Reubeni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat Hayeled, the prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523, which was exactly when Reubeni appeared on the scene. He was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off, but there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, is Ben Melech's contention that Reubeni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved the financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really, went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard-pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person who's making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it in something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been highly observant of Jewish law, and in fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he would be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style. but lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity, and there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which actually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Okay. At any rate, I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nice, actually. But, at any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history, but it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs is the great Shabbatai Tzvi, who also, went to centers of power, the Ottoman Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor, and it turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Reubeni, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Reubeni before, and so it's kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It was much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up. But maybe I'll take a few questions if you have a little more time. Yes, please. He was never married. Single guy, who's got a mission.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode of Shabbatai Tzvi was that occurred when there was also some terrible.
Absolutely.
So if you think about this episode in history, where we have the global devastation of Jews having to leave Spain and Portugal and so on, Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed. And it almost seems like it may be similar in terms of cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. I'm sort of wondering, why was it that Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following under sort of similar circumstances?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what I deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which that was huge. It made a tremendous impact on the Jews of Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. It was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made, I think, that the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
He may warrant another PhD thesis or something when you see.
Yeah, it might be. Mr. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern sensibility, it may seem very odd that fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is, Gutenberg's Bible is just barely. People had no access to books, and it really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside, claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. naivete of these people is really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point, good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. Because it was very interesting, you've made my day quite fascinating, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship with cannons. Forget it.
Or you become a or you go away from my phone. So you have a chance. They take really traffic speak they need really when they got have a chance. So following you, I think that was part of so many followers.
Interesting. Yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify them. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big a difference, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Do I see a question in the back?
I think this question relates to this topic, but given the resurgence of Zionism that was happening in Europe in the 15th century, what made this evangelical in the consequences
in relationship to false messianic science?
Yeah. It seems that, given all this background, really failed, individuals, you can imagine that the identity was as opposed to the
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that, we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think there's very few of the movements actually proclaimed Messiahhood, especially the Hasidic movements. Maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good, thought-provoking question that I'd have to think about some more to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your time.
A lot of people. It's the two-tier justice system, right? It's emblematic of everything. Yeah, it's emblematic of everything. What I told fans, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. Nobody will support you guys who are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency. What did man say? He agrees with me. It really is. Even Mike Johnson came out of it. Yeah, I said, really. He agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up.
How do we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Dr. Weiser gave me some new jokes, so I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're so funny. So it goes like this. There's a very, very well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of, delicious little, hot dogs and I don't know, whatever, hot dogs, but all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there and he says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. The Rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute a couple of things that I should draw to your attention? There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Did anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bas Tovim? Ms. DeWeiser, you have. Excellent, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture, because it's during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, And I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always to come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson. The time is 8. You're not paying attention. You're so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So, we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes, supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and hope that you enjoy it. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and essentially relaxed in his retirement and with his students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. And he moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The Ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of, and he's known to followers of his thought in Hebrew in particular as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscenti and go to yeshiva and impress all your friends there, Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable. Rambam, and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critique on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law. This was at the same time when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted. He was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, a little bit. But like most of the things I say, the halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardims do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
Difficult under in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things common laws developed in England, but it really doesn't exist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority. That, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then if you're from Canada, you say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate, and engaging in this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right? The transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Kabir, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll, break everything up, and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying, what is the law, moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafos, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave, and so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did, primarily within the halakhic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Dan?
Did he write some books? How does this manifest itself?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in inculabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, he wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah HaAdam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double-column pages with the footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal and I highly recommend it to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vosepis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and there are a lot of opaque passages, and a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much.
This is just 204, I think.
This is, my lovely assistant, Rick Moore. Let's have him. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, let's see who translated it. Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder. I'm not sure how. It's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well-received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. They'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism that, we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100 odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gone to a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban. I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. That they say in yeshiva, he used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means there's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but will, really discuss an idea to its fullest. Whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical issues. Yes, Daniel.
Is this commentary in Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting, but there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there is no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was a rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was. The talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam, Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, And he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who would, escape by getting under the radar. And he, it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. You're going to die. But, so, majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. That, yeah, there's this witch, and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, you can't see. But the Rambam, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Maimonides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we studied Talmud, but he could not diffuse the debate over Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Stone? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant. Temporal powers were losing their authority. And in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. No? How about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. So that's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called servi kamarai, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically, the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that servi kamarai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you could have, like Shlomi and Yitzchak and Rivka and Shrinsa and Saitel who are living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. This is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. So, I find that amusing. But at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. The elderly rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi. And so when the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does, he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. He makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day, and he's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in the end." Thank you, Mr. Weiser. That's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. That's here. Okay. Anyways, so Sermon Cameron. Right. So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources. And so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, that they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this." And so what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles. And the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, wow, this is great, we have this amazing religion, those Jews are so obstinate, look, how can they keep believing this stuff? That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, sitting against some schlemazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. So when he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I'm not classifying halakha, especially not in the shul where the route is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning what will people think? It's the seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like you, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke. I make this because then people say, "Oh, look at that! What's going on with Bill Abramson? He's going to the church." So, marit ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going into the purpose of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, as happens sometimes, because churches are large, open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it says a big for sale sign out front, no one's thinking it's Marit Ayin. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, isn't that amazing? And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay, so anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into the debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to the church agree to this. And in the summer of 1263, they had 4 in that summer, and Nachmanides came out, which just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Pablo Cristiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins. Because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges were all clergymen, decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the book of the debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. So there's too much already, enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Cristiani the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace
to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of the conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. He fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it was this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donin, the discussion last week, that if this ended badly, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and probably this Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donin, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prakhya. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prakhya. And the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever Pablo de Christiani came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. It says, that's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so the Christiani was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so Yiddish Cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. But now, Aliza, didn't we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just open up your prayer books, page 994, please rise. But that was funny. So let me read it to you because it is really it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the Tavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year before Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually because, you never know what can happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Heed, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, as Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart toward other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes. For it is written, Hashem reigns, He dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his Maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be He, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently so that you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgressions. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, and you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem, may you be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous.
Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. Shalom. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book, because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful, exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great, punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. I don't know. I think his last name was Edes, but that's about all I know. That was a joke. Not money. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there were only 2 permanent residents in the holy city, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oy vey is mir," he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. He got the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around his great scholars. You can imagine the Havdil. This is the Einstein of Torah. So, even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again.
So why did Trump act so panicked during the headlines? And Trump saying, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. Okay, well, let Van Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover-up on. The Epstein case 6 years ago, where he got in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger strike. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he
Hello,
did.
everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry. A very important, fascinating, and unusual period in medieval Jewish history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe. And then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up. Of course, it's a very long lecture, although we look in detail at many of the specific individuals that y'all mentioned in passing, there's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are 3 main populations, actually more than 3, but 3 big ones that we're going to concern with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, in which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you have Muslims and a small Jewish population. And the same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but that's especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at a quick history of Spain. So, first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there, but things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era, as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced baptisms, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable, and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is easy here to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You'll recall from the previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of northern Africa really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence that suggests that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim advance. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized. And there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewish. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived within the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. It's a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal, and as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That'll be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this golden age of Spanish Jewry? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture, and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish backgrounds behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a Baptist Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously. Where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age. He really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if you look at figures like Kastai ibn Shahrut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Nazarella, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary in the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba, and for over a decade he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which represented kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you on the next one.
Sources, the son of the FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through, no jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in. $3 trillion new hearing won't stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying thinking of it all. He goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says,
Sound? Any sense of the sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell. Right, we'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. You know, starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, you know, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So a person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation, and he sits down and and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know, how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." Okay. I think he said it more in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel HaNagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. And as I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel. I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce his name Abarbanel, and that's because of the it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel. You know what I'm talking about, right? With Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel. But it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abrabanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on, but for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal. We're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, you might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there was a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had a tremendous amount of, well, I don't know if it's say so much of influence and what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don, Don
Yeah. So,
Isaac. What's the name? Because that means sir.
yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor. Named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question.
Wasn't Spain fighting to Aragon and Castile?
Yes, you've got, they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abrevano got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred. Down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the British in North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abrevano's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. And we'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region. And this had a signal impact on none other than Abrevano's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abrevano never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abrevano later fled Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there is a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might one even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree that next to Ida, in parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla. Was that his grandfather? Oh, Samuel. Was that his grandfather?
When he was converted, they take Christian names.
Exactly.
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. And some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, is actually Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? Rav says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I will tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. How? Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. They'll cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down. We drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there was a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment, where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel. And his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I script something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite the I'm sorry, I know I messed up. He fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really developed after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. Well, one more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy. Oh, now I remember. Shimon Dubno, a great historian, we'll speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and we usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, so you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back, then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money to them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is...
Sometimes the Jewish community, let's say it like this,
Yeah.
was perfectly for the Jews. In the time that they were here, we had community service value. That's not such in that moment also. So it was also divided by a fine line up to when I can, how much can I do in this place?
Exactly.
But in the same time, protected by what the government needed, they were also protected as a community.
Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
There's a fairly long history of this expulsion of Jews, a temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
And then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they lose the contribution of the Jews.
Right, there's a one-time bonus.
After the expulsion of York,
yep.
It's a long history of this. And then inviting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please.
The last line there.
Yeah.
Joe was the grantor of the farms, or he was the grantee of the farms?
He was the grantee. He was the tax farmee. No, he was the tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect as much. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element of the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians, because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century. that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they're only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century? It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews, technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
Now these crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. And so the Christian business people were very resentful of them because they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive of the Inquisition because they felt these are people who betrayed us. And let them become.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you a joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes? You're right. Well, Stephen, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? The joke goes like this. So, in the, for those of you who are younger, that up until, it was Mr. Schwartz in the original? Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until, really, it's ancient history for most of you, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz. And Schwartz opened the door, and Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you could help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen was your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right. So let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, And Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, you know what, these things...
They seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out, and this is not a secret.
They're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't put it...
What do you think, ultimately, in Trump's 4 years?
We shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa. Well, that's a little more than mildly. Let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralized power at this time. And the Jews' two factors are Stadlonis and Spain as a Rechtsstaat. We'll be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who is also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, you know what, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in a prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him. And she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as Soneor, the hater of light, because of this capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kto kogo, whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist. Even though, should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing, Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings, their coats and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was positively inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there will be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising that he put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time. Emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pidyon Shruyim, the rescuing of captives, because Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know it, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So finally, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you.
What almost happened? The Cuban Missile Crisis should be classified. The U.S. put 19 missiles.
Tell it so often now that it goes out of practice. I'm hoping that most of you heard it, you will have forgotten it, but it is a classic joke. My daughter Lisa, thank you for reminding me of the joke. Did I tell you about the car that has no gas in it? Here we go. Guy goes to a used car lot and he has to buy a car for his wife. And he's on a day school budget because he puts multiple offspring into the day school system, and he doesn't have a lot of money to spend. So he's looking around the various vehicles, and the salesman comes up and helps you. And he says, I'd really like to buy a car, but it has to fit all these people. I only have so much money because I have to take this vehicle. He takes him over to the back of the lot, and there's this beat up old Ford station wagon, with the walls, wood panels, and things like that. And it's got rusted out rear quarters and everything like that. And the price is right. He gets into the car and says, I suppose this is really quick, but I notice that there's no gas pedal, there's no brake pedal. The dealer says, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, all you have to do is say, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, so blessed is the name, how are you? This is a common expression. Baruch Hashem. And if you want it to stop, then all you say is, Ma Yisrael.
Alex Jones with his legendary broadcaster. Friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years.
Very nicely.
We'll just go right out because we want to get your opinion on
his mother-in-law
what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up.
He's trying to remember, what do I say to make it stop? And it's speeding up. And it's leading through the streets. He's laying on the horn. He's going through red lights. He doesn't know what he's going to do. And he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and he breaks through a barrier, and he goes up onto an exit ramp that is under construction, and he realizes that the exit ramp runs out, and he's going to eventually plunge to his death. So, like a good religious Jew, he knows that his final moments should be taken up with an expression of the great unity of God, and as the Shulchan Aruch says, you're supposed to cover your eyes and say, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu. Hashem Echad. He does so, and the car stops right at the very edge of the exit ramp. He takes his hand off his eyes and he says, oh, boy. I think I ruined the punchline, but let's get back to this. I appreciate it. I think everyone figured it out halfway through, but what do you want? Tonight's topic is Benjamin of Tudela. Very interesting character. I've never spoken about him before, which means I did all my preparation this afternoon. Fascinating individual. He was a medieval traveler who left a very unusual document behind called the itinerary, or Masaot in Hebrew, the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, Rabbi Binyamin of Tudela. And it has a lot to say about 12th century Middle East, and we're going to get into that in great detail in a few moments. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Jared Clitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture in memory of Mr. Jay Farkas. Mr. Farkas was actually someone who came to this class quite often. He had a very, very sharp mind. He often asked very difficult questions. I often, felt I'd sit there a little bit when he would put out his hand because I knew he was going to ask something very difficult. And unfortunately, he passed away. It was the Saracen made sure that this year became our son went to quite suddenly passed away. So we remember him and thank Dr. Clitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture. I think so, yeah. Okay, so who was Benjamin of Tudela? We don't know a lot about him. All we have regarding his life is this document itself. His first name is Benjamin Ben Yonah. His father was Yonah. He never refers to himself as rabbi, but it's clearly a very pious work. And in its publication history, which exploded after the 16th century, everyone was publishing this book. It's a very small book about, it takes up about 80 pages in the original Hebrew, but it circulated throughout Europe, translated into all kinds of languages because it was so popular. And by the way, it was a Christian, Andreas of the 16th century, who first discovered this document and really popularized it. But it was a really rare glimpse at what the world was like in the 12th century. There is an unparalleled document. There's very few documents like it in any language, in any tradition. It's about a century before Marco Polo. So his description of his travels are really quite fascinating. Shalom Aleichem later in the 19th century, Mendel Muffler Storm, if I remember correctly, was popularized this. He wrote stories of Benjamin III, which is supposed to be like another continuation of Benjamin Tudela. We're not exactly sure what his dates of travel are. It appears from the text that he left in 1159, although some scholars place that a little later, and he returned in the year 1172-73, which indicates that he was gone for approximately 14 years. So 14 years to travel around the northern section of the Mediterranean basin, through Israel, into Persia, and quite possibly entirely around the entire Arabian Peninsula. And as he travels through each of these places, he has something interesting to say about everywhere he went. Here's a map of one of the supposed routes of Benjamin Tudela. There is some controversy over where he went at any particular time, but it appears that he traveled from here to Tudela across France, and then into Italy, all the way across into Asia Minor, and down into Israel, where he spent some time in Israel, and then he also spent time over here in lower Iraq, which would be Babylon, really where the vast majority of Jews live at the time, and he also spent time here in Egypt. So we're not sure exactly how he got from Baghdad down to Cairo. Some authors assume he went all the way around the Arabian Peninsula because he does refer, for example, to the land of Sheba, which would be today's Yemen, if I'm not mistaken, but far south here in the Arabian Peninsula, so his name's not all around. Others assume that he must have backtracked and gone through Israel, or the manuscript could be corrupt. Perhaps the itinerary is not in the order that he intended, but there's no question that he knows a lot about all these places. It's clearly first-hand knowledge. He's not repeating hearsay, although he does speak about, for example, China, and it's clear from the change in voice in the text that he never actually visited China, that he had heard about it from places where he had visited. So let's look a little bit at, who was he, and why did he take this massive trip? And again, as I mentioned earlier, the only source we have is the itinerary itself, this one document. He never describes why he's on this massive 14-year trip, but it's most likely he went for one or both of two purposes. The first is obviously business, as you're familiar. Mr. Lax, what is the Abelson rule of history? Plenty, exactly. I was actually the younger Mr. Lax, the older Mr. Lax is good too. So he probably traveled for money. He traveled to explore business opportunities. And as he goes through each of these places, he has a remarkably long and very robust description of how people make a living there. The details of the spice trade, the coral trade, the dyeing, is very interested in dyeing, and in every town he wants to know how far is it to the nearest seaport, how far is it to the nearest river, because he's obviously concerned with issues of how do you get your products to market. and so on. The other reason that he most likely took this trip is he was a kind of a spiritual tourist. He's very interested in things Jewish. Every city that he visits, he gives you an entire list of all the most famous rabbis. Occasionally he says something about how many Jews live there, about how many synagogues there are. Oh, I remember the joke. This is the joke. So here's the joke. This is the one I forgot a few minutes ago. I usually want to start this joke. You've all heard this joke anyway. It's probably the first. It's the second most popular joke of the 20th century, I'm sure. So I'll play the second most popular joke.
That's the
The
party
joke about
line
the
that they're
Jews
going
trapped
with.
on the desert
If
island.
that's the case, why would
Okay,
there
it goes
be
like this.
call
A Jew
evidence?
is, there you go.
Why would she say
So
it's evidence?
let me go through the motions. It's therapeutic.
She's the attorney general.
If I
Why
don't
would
tell
she
the
say
joke,
she
you'll have
has
to go and tell
files on her
someone.
desk?
It goes like this.
These
The Jews stranded on a desert island for a long time,
it just
and
feels like
he's waiting there, and finally there's a ship passing by, and they see his smoke signals, so the captain of the ship comes on the island and dignity to rescue him, and the Jew is so grateful that finally he's going to get off this island after a dozen odd years stranded there. And he says, listen, I've lived here for so long, let me just show you around the island so you can see what I've done here. So the captain tours around, and the Jew is saying, over here, this is my hut during the rainy season, and over here is my hut during the dry season, and this is my JCC, and this is my, observatory, whatever, and this is, and these are my synagogues. And the captain says, 2 synagogues? What do you need 2 synagogues for? And the punchline is, this is the one I daven in, and this is the one I wouldn't be caught dead in. Thank you for laughing, I appreciate it. The joke being, just don't forget, this goes to the internet, so people should feel that, that's really sure. But the joke is that he can't, every Jew needs to have a synagogue to live in Russia. So that was the introduction. That joke does go with Benjamin together because he's seafaring and he was never shipwrecked, but that was the first. Thank you for getting us back to we traveled primarily by it doesn't say actually in text, but he traveled overland and by sea. If you assume by sea, he probably used a boat. Overland, I would assume he traveled by car. It's unlikely he walked, even in this. Now, the second reason he's very pious is clearly a kind of a spiritual tourist. He has a fascinating obsession with religious antiquities. Wherever he goes, he wants to find the graves of the righteous, particularly biblical figures, and he finds them all over the place. I'll share with you a couple of his descriptions of these biblical graves, which are most likely quite fanciful but interesting in themselves. And along the way, he reinforces his strong belief in rabbinic Judaism by taking out his opinions on the Samaritans, for example, the so-called Putin in Hebrew. We'll get to those in good time. Okay, so let's see why he traveled. So I mentioned 2 reasons. One is, oh, here we go. He traveled by camel. Of course, this is a picture from the 12th century. It's got all this stuff about 19th century. Now, it's possible that he did both of these things together. Like he says, he can't go for a business trip and also check out the religious sites. What's especially important for us to understand in this context, and you recall that the purpose of this lecture series is really to talk about the larger trends of Jewish history and to hit the major events that you really have to know to be able to have some understanding of the peaks and valleys of Jewish history in the medieval period. We're using the biography as a hook for it. What's especially fascinating is because he is traveling in the immediate post-Crusade era. An era when Arabs and Christians, are extremely antithetical to each other. And this was a very unique period for Jews because suddenly they became much more involved in commerce than they ever had before. Because Jews equally
disliked or equally tolerated by both Christians and Muslims, were able to travel rather freely between Christian and Muslim lands and engage in extensive trade. When you add to the fact that whereas Christians have difficulty traveling in Muslim lands and vice versa, Jews can travel there. And you add to that fact the idea that there are little outposts of Jews all over the place. So if a Jew is traveling, like Benjamin from Tudela, and he lands in Constantinople, he can easily find a Jewish minion, show up and say, I'm here on business, I'd like to find a place to stay, I'd like to meet some people to trade with, and so on. So he is one of these early trading pioneers who really breaks open the international market for Jews. We don't know whether he was really one of the first, but clearly his itinerary was of signal importance to Jews who wanted to retrace these steps and perhaps open up towns to business. Like I have a few friends here in this neighborhood who do business with China, who regularly fly over to China and they buy all kinds of things and then they have them imported here and they sell them here, that kind of thing. So how do you get to be the first Jew to go to China? There has to be some kind of landmark, some kind of connection over there, especially when it's a communist country, you don't have a language in common and so on. Benjamin's itinerary was exactly that kind of document. I would tell you, okay, if you show up in Pisa, you will find approximately 400 Jewish families. Their synagogue is located on the river over here and so on. And that's your map. That's essentially your Google Maps of the 12th century. The kinds of spiritual tourism that he fascinated, for example, when he is a place called St. Giovanni near Rome, he finds two pillars that are inscribed with the phrase Shlomo ben David. Of course, that would be King Solomon. We have no evidence in the Bible whatsoever that Solomon visited Italy, but nevertheless, part of the fanciful nature of the book. And these two pillars, apparently, as the local legend has it, on the 9th of Av, the pillars run with water. They sweat. The 9th of Av, of course, is the commemoration of the destruction of the temple. When he's in Rome, for example, he's very interested in the caves under the Vatican, which are prepared to hold all of the antiquities from the temple, as well as the graves of the 10 martyrs of the state, Akiva and others. And I'm pretty sure that historically they were killed in Israel, but it doesn't really matter. This is part of the sort of fabulous journey that we take. He goes to a place called Wallachia, which is probably in the region of contemporary Bosnia, Herzegovina, that region, where he meets a group of people who are extremely warlike. Among other things, they cut off their own noses. Not to fight the faces, but that's what they do. And they attack all the surrounding people, but they will not attack Jews. Special reverence for Jews. And he intimates that perhaps these are descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. He frequently comments on the Karaites. He wants to know exactly how many Rabbinites are in a particular place, how many Karaites are in a particular place. In Constantinople, for example, he refers to 2,000 Rabbinites, which might be 2,000 Rabbinite households, as opposed to 500 of the Karaite variety. These are the kinds of things he's very interested in as he's traveling around. Both business and tourism. But let's go straight to the Crusades as the backdrop for this and try to understand what these things are. They actually are extremely important to do.
A financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drugs,
as opposed to the Karaites.
The
Rabbinites mean those who call the rabbis the Pharisees. Sometimes they're called the rabbinic, but that's usually because rabbinic is used in different contexts, including the body of literature. Now, rabbinites, there's the Karaites.
Why don't we demand that they testify on this?
Yes, please. Tudela is in Spain. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the center of Spain. Okay, so.
I was about to go to this. John's going next. Yeah. Here's the issue with that. present for human trafficking. And you've got
The spice rate.
these lawyers connected at Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump better partner. And then even before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's the list, you're going to see it. Which that law we're going to lay out. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue is that Maxwell is he's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who is already not implicated other people, but now that he's implicated in prison will, maybe she'll say,
But it's especially connected with Crusades, because that is the greatest
point is that pressure mounts for guys like Maxwell to release this stuff work out. I am of the thought that full disclosure is the way to go. Now, from all my research, the sources Trump wasn't actually involved with any of this.
he travels
And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail him as he goes. So I think just for them to have this law, let them think he is, and they implicate
children.
all these big tech titans
Besides
like Bill
himself
Gates
is
that
his
was
scholar.
heavily involved
It's
with all
almost
this.
like he's writing, and sometimes when you read the book, it sounds like a non-fiction just, I went to this place, it was this far away from the last place I went. This is how many Jews are there, this is what they did for a living, this is how far they were from the ocean. Then I went to this other place, traveled this far to get there, and it's very dry. And then sometimes he goes off in long, flowery descriptions of bizarre practices, like cultivation, to cut off the nose, and things like that.
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can get covered up
So
forever.
let's understand the Crusades a little bit. This is actually the important part of the lecture. So the Crusades, a very difficult period in medieval history, and really a turning point for world history, a turning point for Jewish history as well. The situation is that the Muslims are in control of Israel at this point, as they have been for quite some time. But the Seljuk Turks take over in 1071. At that point, the Turks are a little bit more strict with regards to travel into Jerusalem, and this begins to interfere with Byzantine pilgrims, Christian pilgrims who are coming from Byzantium, Constantinople, not from Constantinople yet, but they're having difficulty getting into Israel. And Jerusalem in particular. And in a rather unprecedented move, the Emperor of Byzantium appeals to the Pope in Rome. And this was like an unusual, so to speak, after the elections, reaching across the aisle, because the Byzantium is Orthodox Christianity, and Rome, of course, is Catholicism. And they're really not on speaking terms at this point. So it has to do with a whole bunch of splits over various doctrinal issues of William Mary and so on. But the fact that the Orthodox, Christian Orthodox Emperor would ask the Pope in Rome, the Catholic Pope, for help was a really important gesture. And the Pope felt constrained to actually respond. So in 1095, Pope Urban II says, this is absolutely intolerable that Christians cannot travel from Byzantium down to Constantinople. So they can't travel from Constantinople down to Jerusalem. So he calls for all Christians to unite and to organize themselves and mount a massive attack on Jerusalem. It happened that France in particular had a labor surplus, and in particular they had a very difficult time because they had too many knights building up in the nobility. The way the feudal system is set up, it's designed to have a large peasantry that supports a fairly small military, the knights, their squires and other attendants. And we just had too many knights running around. And these are like, single men, aged 18 to 24, unemployed. It's a dangerous thing. You got to do something like that. So it was perfect timing for France, and they organized themselves to march all the way to the Holy Land and take it from the infidel, from the Muslim.
there was a huge mass hysteria throughout Europe with the idea of this, great endeavor. In France, it was fairly well organized. In Germany, it was just chaos. All kinds of crazy people getting involved, claiming to have been visited by various biblical characters and told to go to the Holy Land and there to rescue Jews. So the French were fairly well organized. The Germans, however, were an entirely different matter. In Germany, you have people like Peter the Hermit and Notorious Amico, for example. Amico managed to raise an entire band of people to follow him simply by taking off his tunic and saying, "Look, I have been branded by the Lord," and on the back he had a cross marked in his shoulders, as if to say, this means that you're supposed to follow this cross. You have to signal kiss, under this sign shall you conquer. In another place, there's actually a report of a goose that kept on turning towards the east. And all the local villagers took this as a sign that they would follow the goose all the way to Jerusalem. And there was a tremendous amount of chaos in general. Unfortunately, the chaos is really the Jews' worst enemy. Jews historically are fairly content to live in a mildly oppressive regime, as we have done for so many centuries. And as we continue to do even today, there are some societies, for example, south of the border, where in the South American continent, there are societies that are not necessarily governed by law, but as long as there is no chaos, Jews can manage it. The worst thing for Jews is when we cannot rely on law entirely, when we feel that the government will not protect us at all, even live by the laws that they have themselves written. And so what ended up happening in Germany, in the northern communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, is that the Crusaders said, wait a second, why are we going to schlep all the way to Jerusalem? I don't think that's the actual term they use. They probably use something. Why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem to attack the infidel when we have infidels living right here in Germany? And so instead of taking these bands all the way to Jerusalem, these kind of ragtag groups of hooligans and misfits, those kind of people, they actually attack the Jewish communities of Shul, as they are known by their acronym, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. So the first attack occurred in the city of Speyer in May of 1096. And there, the Jews, realizing that they were under attack, they ran to the local office of bishop. Remember that both Jews and clergy are very urbanized at this time. The cathedrals, to be sure, and even the larger churches, tend to be in the villages or in towns, and the larger peasantry were living in manors or farms spread out from the local village. So the people living in the city were, for the most part, Jews, people who practiced guilds were very merchants, and the clergy. So we had a rather close relationship. The Jews were hidden safely by the bishop there, and the bishop took a very strong stand against the pogroms, and in fact, he captured one of them and had his hands cut off as a demonstration that this kind of behavior would not be tolerated. And in fact, the pogromists ended up leaving Speyer without any casualties. In the nearby towns of Worms and Mainz, on the other hand, an entirely different outcome ensued. The Jews went into the bishop's home, and the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and drew the Jews out and had a terrible massacre. In Mainz, a little bit later in that summer, they demanded a bribe from the Jews, which the Jews paid, but even with paying the bribe, they still attacked the Jews in a horrible manner. These massacres are commemorated on Saturday mornings in the traditional liturgy, the prayer of Harakamim, which is said after the Torah reading, is specifically in reference to the Jews who were killed in the Crusades at this time. So a couple of observations about the Crusades, and then a counter question. Well, what ends up happening with the Crusades? So the so-called legitimate Crusaders, meaning
those nobles who were fairly well organized from France and so on, they actually make it all the way to Jerusalem. They have a brutal war with the Muslims, and they win. And then over the next couple of centuries, there's ongoing battles between the Muslims and the Christians over control of Jerusalem. For a while, it's held by the Christians. For a while, it's held by the Muslims. But during this Crusader era, they actually have a huge degree of success in their initial objective. That's why it's even the term, it's a little bit offensive here. It's especially offensive to Muslims, but it's entered the English language. You can go on a crusade for blood donation, or a crusade for, I don't know, March of Dimes, or some kind of good cause. The word crusade has become synonymous with putting your energy into doing something worthwhile for society. Well, Muslims would certainly feel, no, this is not worthwhile for society. We were peace-loving people, getting along with our local neighbors, and these crazy Christians come from France and start killing us. So a lot of the tension between Muslims and Jews to this day really goes back to the Crusades. Anyway, that's the legitimate crusaders, so to speak. The illegitimate crusaders, meaning these crazy bands that were forming in Germany and so on, after they finished massacring Jews, then they started making their way down towards the Holy Land, and as they're making their way down there, they have no provisions in store, they have no money to purchase provisions and so on. So as they're heading down, they actually end up raiding and attacking Christian farms in order to feed themselves on the way down there. And by the time they get to Hungary, their persona non grata, and the Hungarian troops actually move out and kill all of them in order to prevent them from making their way any further into those areas. So that's the end of that kind of like sort of footnote in the history of the Crusades. Very important moment though for Jewish history, because the way that the Jews reacted to the Crusaders is especially significant. The first thing that must be said about the Jewish reaction is that there was a phenomenal response among the Jews to this threat of, I'm not sure how to put it, the phenomenon of Kiddush Hashem, which in Hebrew means sanctification of the name, meaning of the name of God. It can mean different things in different contexts, but in this context it means martyrdom, meaning Jews allowing themselves to be killed rather than convert to Christianity. On several occasions, the Crusaders offered the Jews the chance to live if they would only be baptized, if they would only accept Christianity. And a certain number of Jews, in fact, do so. They do agree to save their own lives by converting at least outwardly to Christianity. But then later, once the Crusades die down, then they try to rejoin the Jewish community, and there's quite a bit of rabbinic literature on what to do with these people. Rashi himself comments on the advisability of reaccepting the Jews to the fold. But it presents a halachic difficulty because in Jewish law there are three transgressions which will never be permitted on pain of death. And they are, one may never commit adultery or any other sexual crime. There's a whole list of them. We went over them on Yom Kippur. Forget about it till next time. But we have a whole list of them. Committing those kinds of crimes, a person must be put to death, allow himself to be killed rather than commit those crimes. Murder, one is allowed to kill in self-defense, but one may not. For example, if Ruvain puts a gun to Shimon's head and says, "Kill Levi," or "I will kill you," Shimon has to, allow himself to be killed rather than kill a third person. He can kill Ruvain in self-defense, but he can't kill Levi. And finally, most problematically, idolatry, the worship of false gods. So, in Jewish law, and let's say for the sake of argument, which is a fairly safe assumption for most authorities of the period, Christianity falls into that category of false worship, at least for a Jew. There's some discussion that it may not be false worship for a non-Jew, because ultimately it is monotheism, although the idea of the Trinity is very problematic and so on. So the question is, should the Jews of the Crusade era have allowed themselves to be killed because it is idolatry, or should they simply convert, at least outwardly, and then return to the many Jews decided that it would be better to be killed than to convert. And in fact, there are several cases of mass suicide where Jews would literally cast lots, and the loser would have to slaughter all the other Jews, typically with a knife, and then kill him or herself. Incredibly moving stories. We have these chronicles by survivors, written in the first person of Jews who submitted to this horrible thing of a mass suicide rather than be killed, and they form an extremely bright point in the extremely dark point in the mental map of medieval Europe. So, Matthew's question is about pikuach nefesh, right? And what you mean pikuach nefesh means like the saving of a life. And the general rule in Jewish law is you can break any law in the Torah in order to save a life, except for these three exceptions. You can't even save a life. Someone says, eat this cheeseburger, I will kill that guy. Eat the cheeseburger. But if someone says, worship this false god rather than kill this other person. It's also a problem for the Moranos. It's the exact same problem. And I'm not a rabbi. I get in trouble with the union if I said anything, legitimate about rabbinic stuff, but that's the same problem. And in fact, the Moranos, so-called Moranos, the crypto Jews who want to come back to Judaism, also face a lot of opposition over their choice to outwardly convert rather than submit to death. Obama says it hurts my father. The source for the Rambam's conversion is very, very weak. The Muslim source converted lots of people who never converted as well. Like they always say, look at these famous people converted in Rambam. There's not a lot of
was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but to me, they didn't go near any of his secret life the way they didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously the media told to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions who knew him, that were shocked that more details of his private life weren't emerging. Well, yeah, and he says every employee, needs a man to help lead that slogan stage for them. But it's well known how he's being controlled. And so he very simply said,
there's this idea that, for a while the Crusaders were losing. Why are we losing? We were so good, like just 100 years ago.
It seems to be whether if you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control.
Kind of male-based pleasures
1,000%.
of violence and rape
in my estimation, just let everything out.
So they said we have to send innocent soldiers. Who's innocent? Children. So there you go. So they outfitted a whole bunch of children, and they got slaughtered. Okay. Mr. Lax and the Davidson was better born.
Influencers of people in a few weeks on every channel.
Limited examples of defending it. Very, very limited. And that's what I have very sophisticated questions for Lax because there's a historian named Robert who argues that the Jews were so used to living as minorities in Christian and Muslim Europe, but here since that they never really developed the cultural vocabulary of resistance.
when you are a tiny minority and you're attacked, you only have two choices. You either pay a huge bribe to the people who are attacking you, and hopefully that pays them off, or you run away. This is what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. And that worked pretty well for 2,000 years of exile. Hilbert argued that this is one of the reasons for the dramatic success of Hitler's plan to destroy the Jews of Europe was because they didn't have an immediate response that we should fight back. So, I'm just going to take the last one and then we'll come back. Go ahead, we'll go. Go ahead,
vaccines were mandated and had a lot of adverse effects. Mayor Bondi is now not following up the Pfizer.
Excellent question. That's next
more
one.
about than I do, but
Next slide. Why would they run for the bishop's house? So let's just finish this here. One last point on this here. For Ashkenazim, when the development of Ashkenazi culture is still quite young at this point. The Jews have only been living in the traditional regions of Ashkenaz for about 200 years at this point. This is the defining moment for the way Ashkenazi culture goes for the next 700 years. Ashkenazim tend to look inwards, tend to regard the outside society as far more toxic and dangerous as us versus them. And we develop a kind of internal ghetto thinking as a result of the cultural impact of the Crusade. It's quite different in the Sephardi territories in Spain, where the Jews there, they're just going into their wilderness and they're celebrating people like Hasbai and Shmuel and Gabriela, who are reaching high office in secular political positions and also engaging in Jewish scholarship and so on. So one of the Jews of Ashkenaz and the Jews of Spain had about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of shrinking into themselves and the Sephardim were sort of spreading out. The Ashkenazim were celebrating insularity and the Sephardim were celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, the Sephardim would have to deal with the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue for some basic cultural differences between them. Now, let's do quickly Ms. Abramson's excellent observation. Protection of the clergy. So for the Jews, the bishop was the theoretical place of refuge. Like when you're in trouble, where do you go? Well, obviously you go to the Christian priest. And this is something that we really have to bear in mind about medieval Europe. We tend to think overwhelmingly, especially in a Jewish learning environment, of what Salavaron called the lachrymose version of Jewish history. Lachrymose means full of tears, right? That it's one long martyrology of one massacre after another. And unfortunately, there are a lot of massacres, but it's a skewed vision of Jewish history, to be sure. And even though we have, frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a modus vivendi, theological and practical, with the church that at least dates back to St. Augustine. The concept of witness, which I don't believe we talked about in this class, but I don't want to take more time to do it, but basically the Catholic Church, or the Christian Church at that time, developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted. The Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because, we could rely on the church, basically, to uphold this doctrine and to protect the Jews. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to look for help. It also indicates a big separation between the dark, hungry masses who are Christians and the literate and more educated and more urbanized clergy, which may have had a much more amenable attitude to the Jews. I'm painting with very broad strokes here, but just for the sake of argument, That's one of the interesting observations is, yeah, they went to the clergy. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin of Tudela. This is the environment in which he's traveling, right? The First Crusade is 1095. He's traveling just, 75 years later, 85 years later, it's still an environment. The Crusades, by the way, are ongoing for several hundred years, where there's back and forth between the Christians and the Muslims in Israel. So when he gets to Israel, coming from the north, it's clear he goes through Asia Minor, through Lebanon into Israel. He encounters Akko and Haifa first. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the tombs look and things like that. And he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these biblical towns and he says there is only one Jew living here. There are only 3 Jewish families in this place. Tiny little pockets of population. I don't think he says there are more than a few hundred Jews in Jerusalem, for example, at this time. Although when you get to Babylon, he talks about 30,000, 40,000 Jews living in individual locations. He's also very interested in these so-called Samaritans, known in the Talmud as the Kutim or Kusim. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnah period felt that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts. And for quite a few generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do with the Kutim. Are they Jews or are they not Jews? Do they count in a minyan or don't count in a minyan, and so on and so forth? Ultimately, rule, you know what? They're not Jews. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. They're known in English as the Samaritans, and during this time when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan, right? So most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where Jesus describes a man who's, if I remember correctly, he's like beat up by robbers and he slept bleeding in the street. A Kohen walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is and the Kohen walks by and says, like, I don't want to touch him, he might be dead, I'll get defiled. I'm paraphrasing. The Levite walks by and says, I don't know this guy, I have no connection. He walks right by. The Yisrael, regular Jew, walks by and says he wants to have nothing to do with it. And then, of all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. And when you read it in the original context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help him, but of all people, a Samaritan will help him. And you believe that someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps him. So that's where we get this concept of the Good Samaritan. The underlining should be on the word Samaritan. You would expect a Jew to help him, but in fact it is this Kutim.
Wasn't the Cushing black?
No. You think of the Kushim. The Kutim. They're just, regular olive skin like... No, that's Kush. Kush is Ethiopia. So, like Zipporah, for example, Moshe's wife is called the Kushi, the African one. The Japanese connection? No, I've never heard that. The Japanese might be Samaritans. That's so weird. Oh, samurai. Oh, look at that. That's fascinating. I would never have thought that. Anyways, the Samaritans then and now actually they practice their rituals on Har Gerizim, which is near Shechem in modern Israel, and they practice sacrifices just like they would in the temple. He criticizes their pronunciation of Hebrew. They don't use the letter A, Chet, or Ayin. They say everything with an aleph. He makes fun of that. And then he goes on, he tells us a little about Jerusalem, describes that there are 400 nights. It was held by the Crusaders at this time. There are 400 nights that are there, that there are hospitals there for the veterans who are wounded and so on. And he has a very beautiful and detailed, moving description of the city of Jerusalem. He talks about the hotel and
talks about the symbols of King Solomon, and exactly as we have it today. It's quite fascinating. He also describes Kever Rachel and the Ma'arat HaMachpelah. The latter is especially fascinating. He describes how for a bride you could get down into the actual caves, and there were inscriptions on each of the graves and so on. More detail than tourists today can see, but it's clear, it's a real reinforcement of the historical significance of many of these locations that are revered to this day, 1,000 years later. He also moves on to Babylon, and he's especially interested in all of the cities mentioned in the Talmud, and they're really quite thriving as Jewish population centers. He describes the political conflicts of the exilarchates. We talked about them last week with the Karaites, right, the Reish Galusa and so on. He talks about the honor showed to the Reish Galusa by the non-Jewish population, that they're required by state law to, non-Jews must stand in the presence of the head of the Jewish community and so on. And he describes quite a bit of interesting data about how the Jewish community is organized, that the Reish Galuta is the one who